Chapter 765. Tokyo, 20 Rooms 20 Rooms was a new work in Kyoto. It was a two-story Japanese-style villa located on the site of an ancient temple. It was adjacent to the Toshiko Hotel and the Kyoto National Museum. It was located in a good location and was very expensive. It belonged to Yoshitomo Yuichi, the head of the Kobe Iron and Steel Group. The Kobe Iron and Steel Group was one of the giants in the Japanese steel industry. It was said that they had deep ties with the shogunate. At this time, the second floor of the conference room was filled with soft light. Music was playing. The carpet was of excellent quality, and the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. The owner of the meeting sat silently. Yoshitomo Yuichi's face was old and his hair was white. His face was dotted with age spots, but his eyes were bright and sharp. The conference table was filled with people. Hosoya Hideyoshi was speaking. Yuichi-sama, please allow me to introduce Yamada Shinji's new work, Seven Samurai, to the 5th volume. The plot has reached the Meiji period. According to the contents of the 4th volume, there is a special reason why the emperor gained power. Hosoya Hideyoshi was dressed in a neat suit and white shirt. He lowered his head and introduced, "The shogunate has a policy. Do I need to say more?" No one said a word. This was common sense. The policy was for the daimyo to visit the shogunate in Edo and stay there for a period of time before returning to their own territories. Every year, including the time spent on the road, the vassal could not stay at home for long. He could only command from afar. The retainers gradually took control of the vassal government. The heir lived in Edo and only returned after his father died. This further weakened the control of the vassal government. This policy was implemented for 200 years. When the Tobaku fell, the army belonged to the vassal in name but was actually controlled by the retainers. The daimyo also guarded against the retainers. This resulted in a large number of samurai and even new ronin to control the new army. Everyone listened quietly. Yuichi's eyelids twitched as he took off his glasses and wiped them. Meanwhile, Hideyoshi Hosoya's voice continued, "Actually, it's still better to rely on the traditional high-ranking officials. They can fight against the feudal lords without being defeated. However, the middle-ranked and low-ranked samurai and ronin are all ingrates. Please take a look at the appendix to the next article. The bankruptcy of the middle-ranked and low-ranked samurai. Warriors are as poor as farmers. It's difficult for them to advance. After being suppressed for 200 years, they hate the old system to the bone." The downtrodden samurai Sekiguchi Yuki screamed before his death, "It's all daimyo's fault. Otherwise, why would I be so downtrodden? The emperor had no real power and did not do anything. Instead, he became the most perfect monarch. Therefore, the middle and lower-level samurai and ronin all respected and loved the emperor. They collectively defected to the emperor, and thus the emperor gained great power. It could be said that the Mikado's victory was the result of the shogunate's policies. And in the 5th volume, when the Mikado came to power, the merchants in Osaka collectively went bankrupt, agricultural taxes were increased, and samurai were laid off. The severity was several times worse than the shogunate. The 5th generation of the book observed the continuation of the entire policy in this context, and raised their swords against the old samurai. Let's not look at the 6th and 7th volumes. These 5 volumes alone have clearly explained the Warring States period, the Tokugawa era, and the Meiji era. Yuichi-sama, what do you have to say about this? At this point, Hideyoshi Hosoya raised his voice. Is history changing like this? If this is the case, I can't see where Tokugawa Ieyasu, the Divine Lord, is. Did he seize the world by bullying widows and children? Meiji is not wise and powerful, he is just a gift from history. Please forgive me for being rude, but I don't think Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu can be compared to the great shogun Shinagawa, let alone the monkey. I also don't think that Meiji is better than the peaceful shogunate. The entire hall was silent. Yoshitomo Yuichi ignored this voice and only took a sip of tea. He looked at the watch on his wrist and remained silent. Shiroka Kuniakai looked at the clock on the opposite wall and said with a smile, "Hide Hoshi, young people shouldn't be so hot-tempered. It's bad for your health. When you reach my age, it will be too late for regrets." Shiroka Kuniakai and Yoshitomo Yuichi had the same status, and Hide Hoshi Hosoya was questioning the Tokugawa investment group. Hide Hoshi Hosoya was very young, in his early 30s. He had shaved his hair short, and he looked very sharp. Although Hide Hoshi Hosoya was from a powerful family, he had managed to control Qian Fong Securities Investment Company at such a young age. Qian Fong Securities Investment Company might sound ordinary, but it was a top-notch company in the investment circle. It was also the organization that had invested the most in the Tokugawa. There were more than 20 people sitting at the conference table. If these people were exposed, it would cause an earthquake in Japan's economy. This was because all the people in the conference table were top figures in their respective industries. They were either tycoons, or leaders of consortiums. Hide Hoshi Hosoya's question was what many investors were thinking. Indeed, in the past, they did not know the inside story, and they were looking forward to Tokugawa and Meiji. But now, they felt that Tokugawa and Meiji were just so. This was a terrifying blow to their confidence. Seeing Shiroka Kuniakai's indifferent attitude, another investor, Tiger Island, could not stand it anymore. He said in a deep voice, "Mr. Kuniakai, don't you think you are being too rude? I have to reconsider if it is appropriate to invest in the Tokugawa." "Tiger Island, are you going to betray the emperor?" another Tokugawa member asked. "The emperor I am loyal to is Emperor Jiroku. I have never heard of Meiji," Tiger Island said coldly. "Also, according to the agreement, we have the right to stop our investment if we have a good reason. Now, my company has lost 1/3 of its assets because of the Tokugawa. Isn't this reason enough?" Tiger Island's consortium had been targeted by the Tokugawa. Although they had not found any concrete evidence, it was hard to cover up any traces. So, the Tokugawa had suppressed their businesses, and they had suffered heavy losses. "That's right. You had agreed on this." The third investor, Hide Hoshi Hosoya, closed his eyes and said slowly, "Now, please end this in a dignified manner. Don't tell me you want to break the agreement." Kumamoto sneered. He was a consortium in the heavy industry and owned 2 military factories. He had close ties with the Tokugawa, but no one knew that he had secretly invested in the Tokugawa. "Lord Yashimo, Lord Shirasaka, please don't make a mistake," Kumamoto said in a low voice. The power of the Tokugawa faction was nothing to be afraid of in front of a consortium that was familiar with them. After Kumamoto's speech, 2/3 of the people in the meeting wanted to stop their investment in the Tokugawa faction. Yoshimo Yuichi was not angry. He stood up and looked at the watch on his wrist. "If that's the case, please wait for a while. I'll send someone to bring the termination procedures here." Tiger Island's Tokugawa's expression turned cold. He felt that something was wrong and immediately said loudly, "Yuichi-sama, are you trying to play tricks? We are just here to express our stance. We don't need your so-called procedures." Hosoya Aisho was calm and agreed. Shirasaka Kuniakai was still smiling, but his smile was deeper. Just at this time, a bang sound rang out, and the pavilion suddenly swayed. There was a huge tremor, and everyone's expression changed. "This is an earthquake?" Yukinori Kumamoto's cold face couldn't help but turn pale. He wanted to run away with all his might, but he found that his limbs were too weak to move. "Run!" Hisashi Hosoya shouted and rushed out of the conference room. The resolute Tiger Island warrior swayed and fell, smashing into a chair. The hardwood smashed heavily on his head, and he could not help but let out a painful groan. However, the Tiger Island resolute warrior endured the pain and quickly got up. brave warrior, quickly go downstairs. Hosoya Aisho shouted loudly. He extended his hand to help Tiger Island's brave warrior up and brought him downstairs. Let's go down too. Akashi Haruo, Hidekazu Hiroshima, and Kenichi Makaji were about to leave the conference hall when they saw a shocking scene. The anti-Buraku faction, led by Shirasaka Kuniakai and Yashitomo Koichi, ignored the tremors and knelt towards the east. At some point in time, a huge window facing the east had been opened in the conference hall. The conference hall was very big, 200 square meters. Other than the people who were already attending the conference, there were also some service staff, and these staff were all provided by Yashitomo Koichi. Now, these people were silent and solemnly knelt down. At the same time, a fog appeared unknowingly, shrouding the stairs. Yashitomo Koichi stood up, and his old body seemed to have become younger. He said loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. Thank you for all your support all these years. Now, it's time to repay. God's descent has arrived." Yashitomo Koichi paused for a while, and his face became somewhat ferocious. "We are not stingy to those who support us, but we will not forgive those who betray our cause. Now justice has arrived. No, you can't do this to us." Hisashi Hosoya shouted in panic. Two service staff stood up, grabbed him, and pressed him down. No matter how Hisashi Hosoya struggled, he could not get rid of them. "No. How dare you? Qianfang Securities Investment Company will take revenge." Before he could finish his words, there was a flash of a sword, and a bloody head fell down, rolling into the fog and disappearing into the stairs. The Tiger Island soldier's expression changed. Seeing a sword coming at him, he quickly begged for mercy. "Please give me another chance, I support the overthrow of the Tabaku, I will join you." But it was meaningless. With a slash, the long sword pierced through his back, and the tip of the sword came out. The Tiger Island soldier let out a long cry, rolling down the second floor and smashing heavily on the ground. 2 people were killed, and the remaining people were scared pale. They said repeatedly, "This is a misunderstanding, we will still contribute to the overthrow of the Tabaku." At this time, Shirasaka Kwaki came in front of them and said with a smile, "That's for the best. Everyone, believe in us, cooperation is the only way for you to survive. Go, call Hiura Kazuo, it's time." Shirasaka Kwaki knew that the people present were angry, and he also believed that once they left, they would take revenge, but they did not understand the meaning of God's descent. To many people, the rules of society had changed. "Yes," the service staff replied. Chapter 766. Mount Cheeto, Shrine. The earthquake shook the mountains. Almost everyone in Japan had experienced an earthquake. Everyone had attended an earthquake disaster relief class. Some hostages panicked. Even the armed personnel in light green combat uniforms, who did not know the inside story, could not help but have a slight change in expression. But Hiura Kazuo was happy. He sat on the steps of the inconspicuous shrine, and he looked a little tired. He rubbed his face and relaxed his mind. He had been concentrating for a long time, and it made him a little tired, so he took a sip of coffee. At this time, someone quickly came over and bowed. "Sir, we found traces of several special forces. I think they are going to attack." "That's what we expected." Hiura Kazuo smiled. "But as long as we continue to release the hostages, they will not attack." "Look, how many hostages do we have now?" "Yes, sir, we only have 30 hostages." Mitaka Toshihiko replied respectfully. He was Hiura Kazuo's adjutant, and he was also responsible for controlling the hostages. "Sir, if we continue like this, the shogunate will not let us go. Sooner or later, we will be in a bad situation. Are you afraid, Mitaka?" Hiura Kazuo asked. "Sir, I am willing to be loyal to the Imperial Kingdom. Please give me your orders." Mitaka Toshihiko immediately stood at attention and saluted. At this time, the important officer Yasuyama Ken also quickly came over, and looked a little serious. "Sir, the negotiator now wants us to release Morikuni Hidenabu's son, Morikuni Hidenabu." Teramoto Group had a lot of influence in the Japanese food and beverage industry. At this critical moment, Morikuni Hidenabu was also putting pressure on the police. Because Morikuni Hidenabu only had one son and two daughters, according to Japanese tradition, he would not consider his daughter to inherit the family business unless it was absolutely necessary. "I'm afraid that's not all. Now that there are not many hostages left, if we release Morikuni Hidenabu, the rest can attack." Hiyura Kazuo sneered, thought for a moment, and looked at the helicopter in the sky not far away, and said, "Go, tell them now. Withdraw all the helicopters and drones in the sky. Give them 3 hours to send all the helicopters we want. As long as the helicopters arrive, we will release Morikuni Hidenabu. Why don't we kill the remaining 30 hostages? Leave none alive." In the temporary command center, Noju Kanzuya listened to the report with a face full of anger. He cursed, "Bastard, Hiroyuki is too arrogant. Doesn't Morikuni Hiroyuki know that this request will only make the rebels more arrogant?" Kawako Sakato was inquiring about the earthquake. "Madam Maggie, there was a 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Tokyo just now. The epicenter was 11 kilometers deep. However, it won't cause a tsunami of a high magnitude. There might be aftershocks. Most of the buildings should be intact. Some roads are partially damaged, and some houses may have lost water and electricity. However, the government said that it won't be a big problem," someone immediately reported. "So that's how it is. Looks like we'll have to quickly deal with Qianhu Mountain." Kawako heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Pei Ziyun, who was frowning, and asked, "Yamada-kun, what's the matter? Something doesn't seem right." Pei Ziyun paused and looked up the mountain. Up on the mountain, Rinura Kazuo's phone rang again. He took out his phone and gently covered it. "Rinura Kazuo, it's time." "Ha ha ha." When Rinura Kazuo heard this, he laughed sinisterly. His wanton laughter filled the entire mountain. The hostages who were still trapped couldn't help but shiver when they heard his laughter. After laughing, Rinura Kazuo pulled out his long blade and pointed it towards the sky. He shouted, "God has descended. Kill the hostages and carry out the sacrifice." Rinura Kazuo's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Hearing this, the armed men shouted, "God's descent! God's descent!" Among the hostages, Maeda Katsuaki held his wife's hand tightly. His body trembled as he tried to comfort his wife. "Yoshiko, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. We will definitely survive." Ichiga Yoshiko's face was pale. Her hands grabbed onto her husband's clothes tightly. Her body was also snuggled up to Maeda Katsuaki. Her eyes were flustered. She said softly, "We can definitely survive. We can." Following the order, the Tobaku soldiers pulled out their long blades and slashed at the hostages. "No. You can't do this. Yoshiko!" Maeda Katsuaki screamed in despair when he saw the blades slashing at his wife. Puff! Before Maeda Katsuaki could finish his sentence, a bright blade pierced through his chest. "Yoshiko!" Maeda Katsuaki murmured as his eyes dimmed. "I'll kill you all." Suddenly, Mutoku Takeo rushed out from the hostages. He grabbed one of the Tobaku soldiers and strangled him with both hands. Mutoku Takeo was a strong young man. He had learned martial arts in a Japanese boxing dojo. Previously, he had hoped that the government would help him release the hostages. When he saw many hostages being released, he was even more determined to do so. Therefore, he did not resist. However, Mutoku Takeo did not expect these robbers to be so ruthless and leave no room for survival. At the last moment of despair, Mutoku Takeo leaped up and grabbed the thigh of one of the Tobaku soldiers. He fell to the ground and used his hands to strangle the man's neck. But before Mutoku Takeo could strangle him to death, another long blade fell. With a puff sound, blood splattered everywhere and Mutoku Takeo's head flew off. At this time, the Tabaku soldier who was pinned to the ground by Mutoku Takeo stood up. He spat and kicked Mutoku Takeo's corpse. He turned around, picked up his long blade, and plunged into the slaughter. Cries, curses, and screams unknowingly converged into one. A large amount of blood gathered and slowly formed a strange symbol in front of the simple shrine. Hiyura Kazuo knelt down in front of the blood symbol and mumbled something. He used his blade to cut his wrist and let his blood drip into the symbol. A gust of wind blew and fog rose unknowingly. Then, the mountain swayed again. An aftershock? How could it be so strong? Yamashita Kawako almost fell from the sudden tremor. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand to support her. Kawako's cheeks turned red. She stood firm and said to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-kun, thank you very much." She immediately ordered, "This aftershock is very strong. Quickly check and see how much damage we've suffered." Yes. The soldiers immediately counted. The damage was very clear. There were several cracks on the ground. The temporary command post had suffered damage. Several soldiers were accidentally hit by heavy objects and were groaning in pain. Others were trying their best to help. The town not far away suffered even more. Even from this distance, thick smoke and flames could be seen in the town at the foot of the mountain. Was this what the enemy was waiting for? Pei Ziyun surveyed his surroundings coldly. All of a sudden, he seemed to sense something. System? Sure enough, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: God's advent has arrived. The legendary era is about to begin. Your choice is crucial. Choose Camp Tabaku Army/Tabaku Army. Although there was a choice, there was no button. Pei Ziyun thought of something and said to Kawako, "Kawako, it's time to attack. Yamada-kun, please don't speak carelessly. This is a serious matter." The staff officer glanced at him. He had always been curious about this young man's involvement in such a big matter. He was also dissatisfied. He said, "Now the matter is very serious. The whole of Japan is paying attention to this matter. If we don't handle it well, there will be very serious consequences. Let's continue to work hard and release another batch of hostages." Pei Ziyun looked at him coldly and said to Kawako, "Kawako, there are no more hostages up there. Please attack. We can't wait any longer." How is that possible? How can Hiyura Kazuo be so unscrupulous? The staff officer looked a little frightened and dissatisfied. Kawako looked up and nodded thoughtfully. She then ordered, "Yamada-kun, since you said so, then it's the truth. Yamada-kun, please give the order to attack." Kawako said. She saw that Yamada-kun and Yen were a little hesitant. Her expression became cold. "Yamada-kun, I have the full authority of the shogunate. I have the highest authority. Do you want to disobey my orders? If there is any responsibility, I will bear it." I will obey your orders." At this point, Yamada-kun and Yen had no way of resisting. However, as soon as they spoke, a dense fog appeared. This fog expanded rapidly, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, it had spread to the foot of the mountain, as if the entire mountain was shrouded in fog. Kawako paused and closed her eyes. Her expression turned ugly. "Yamada-kun, something's wrong. This is the holy abode. The enemy has actually opened the holy abode at this time. Furthermore, the area is so large." Kawako's face was filled with disbelief. "This is impossible. Could it be, Kawako? I heard the people up there shouting about the era of gods. What does that mean? The era of gods?" Kawako's expression changed. "That's impossible. Ever since the Heian era, the era of gods has ended." As she spoke, A series of orderly footsteps could be heard from within the fog. A large group of soldiers appeared. Our emperor's golden age will last for thousands of generations. Gravel turns to rock, moss grows everywhere. These soldiers marched in an orderly fashion as they sang. When Pei Ziyun heard them, he could tell that these soldiers were from the Meiji era. Seeing this large group of soldiers quickly forming a defensive line, Kawako took a deep breath. Don't send out any more messages. We can't send them out now. Yamada-kun, now is not the time to be in a daze. Please quickly carry out your duties. Yamada-kun and Yen were startled. He did not speak, but gave out a series of orders to mobilize the troops. He then looked up and heaved a sigh of relief. Your Excellency Yuki, don't worry. It's just an old army. Although I don't know where they came from, but with such firepower, we can definitely destroy them. Chapter 767. Tokyo Operations Command Center. Yamauchi Aisuk browsed a new document on the computer and wrote on his notebook from time to time. Opposite him, Yuji Yamauchi sat down respectfully and waited. After a while, Yamauchi Aisuk finished his work, leaned back, drank a cup of coffee, and asked, "What's the situation now?" Yuji Yamauchi bowed his head and said, "Captain, the situation is not good. Following the earthquake, all supervision areas have found fog, especially in Chido Mountain. The situation is not optimistic. The new head of the Sakato family, Sakato Kawako, because of the investigation and combat, is now trapped." Yuji Yamauchi bowed his head and said respectfully, "Along with the Vulture unit and more than 100 police officers. What about the hostages and reporters? Because of the first earthquake, the hostages basically retreated, not involved. More than 10 reporters are still in the same place, also lost traces." Yamauchi Aisuk was expressionless, lightly pinched between his eyes, and said coldly, "Has the public opinion control order been issued?" 7 minutes ago, the cabinet issued an emergency order. Then immediately be on guard outside. If anyone comes out, especially the reporters, the first to control. Yamauchi Aisuk said coldly, "Now is a state of emergency, can't release information casually." "Yes." Yuji Yamauchi responded. At this moment, the phone on Yamauchi Aisuk's waist suddenly rang. Yamauchi Aisuk slightly frowned, but immediately picked up the phone, because he knew very well that the phone in his hand was confidential. Only a few people knew this number. Now at this time, a few faces flashed in Yamauchi Aisuk's mind. "Aisuk? I am Sakato Kuchi." An old voice came from the phone. The room suddenly became silent. Yamauchi Aisuk looked serious. Antler Hall. Sakato Kuji held onto his crutches while holding onto the phone with one hand. His face was pale and pale. There were a few doctors on standby. He slowly said, "I won't say much now. Please send troops to Sengoku Mountain immediately. I have established a connection with the cabinet. I won't make it difficult for Yamauchi-kun. The next step is up to you. If the rescue is successful, the Sakato family will reward you generously. At that time, the Sakato family will do their best to meet your request. As for promotion to colonel, it's just a small matter." Yamauchi Aisuk listened to this, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "Kuchi-sama, you can rest assured, I will do my best." Yes, I understand." Putting down the phone, Yuji Taira didn't even dare to breathe. He just kept silent. Hidesuk Yamauchi stood up and looked at the window. His heart was depressed. Originally, the position of captain was a colonel. He could be promoted after serving for half a year. He didn't expect this to happen after only 1 month. Now, the Sakato clan was exerting more pressure. After a long time, Hidesuk Yamauchi made a decision and ordered, "Request the Metropolitan Police Department to send more people to investigate, let the logistics team continue to penetrate the communication, be sure to contact the missing people inside." Hirata Shionji heard the order and asked in surprise, "Captain, you're not going to mobilize the Eagles and Grizzlies?" The Sakato family didn't ask the police for help just now. Yamauchi Aisuke's face twitched as he coldly said, "I'm the captain of the East Front Company. You have to be responsible for my position. Right now, the safety of Tokyo is the most important thing. Besides, the vultures are well armed and well trained. I don't think there will be any problems. Just do as I say." "Hi." Yuji Tsubasa was filled with admiration. After saluting, he quickly dialed a number. Antler House cough cough. Sakato Kuji put down the phone with a calm face and coughed a few times. The surrounding doctors rushed over to check on the situation. Sakato Kuji waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine now. Can you contact Kawako now?" "I'm very sorry, we had a short communication before, but now we can't contact him anymore. It's the same for the people in Shigochi Mountain." Yugua Fumio wiped the sweat off his forehead and turned on the projector. He pointed at the information and said, "Master, after the earthquake, the terrain of Shigochi Mountain has changed. There are several deep ditches. Let us rush over there, but it's hard to reach them in a short time. Most importantly, once we go deep into the fog, we'll lose contact." Sakato Kuji didn't continue to listen. He looked out of the window and said coldly, "Now, issue my order." "Yes." Yugua Fumio immediately responded. "Set up a support station outside the fog area. Once the fog disappears, immediately receive them. Send a suicide squad to continue the investigation." This was a very normal order. Then, Sakato Kuji's lips curled into a cold smile. "Also, pay close attention to the East Front Company's movements. It's fine if they move, but if they don't, would Yamauchi be so irrational?" Yugua Fumio couldn't help but be stunned. In fact, Tokyo is very safe now. Not only is there a lot of soldiers, but there are also many samurai. No, Yamauchi Aisuke is actually a very loyal person. Even if Tokyo is very safe, there's a 70% chance that he won't move. If that's the case, when you contact him, you must act as if nothing happened. You can also accept his apology. Everyone has their own master, I understand. Sakato Kuji laughed twice, but the laughter made Yugua Fumio's hair stand on end. "Yugua." "Yes. But admiration and understanding doesn't mean approval. If that's the case, you make a plan to impeach him within a year and a half. Make him lose his position. In the third year, let him die of illness. For the sake of Yamauchi's loyalty to the shogunate, I won't bring disaster to his family." "I think he'll be full of gratitude." "Yes," Yugua Fumio replied. When he went outside to pass the order, the bright light shone on him, but it made him shiver. Sengoku Mountain, Through the scope, he could see a cloud of blood erupting from the fog. Immediately, 5 or 6 people fell to the ground. Following that, a member of Vulture's team who was shooting at them had his head split open. Red and white brain matter splattered out as he fell to the ground. The opponent's shots are very accurate. Before he could finish his sentence, another loud bang was heard. Another policeman fell to the ground, with a hole in his chest. The person lying prone on the ground immediately called for more firepower. Bang bang. Several loud bangs could be heard as a few blazing flames raged on, illuminating a corner of the fog. However, the flames quickly disappeared into the thick fog. It was a few helicopters firing rockets at the Meiji army. The rockets fell to the ground, leaving a long trail behind as they fell. Boom! The rockets exploded, and a large portion of the Meiji army fell to the ground. But very quickly, a large portion of them got up and started fighting again. Pei Zi-yun looked at the scene and frowned. "Rockets, only this much power? No, I don't think so. The power is much weaker than before. Observe carefully. When the rockets exploded, the fog from all directions rushed towards it." An officer squinted his eyes and observed carefully. Of course, the enemy's tactical knowledge is very high. That is also an important reason. At this moment, a loud bang could be heard. An armed helicopter exploded in the air. The raging flames flashed across Pei Ziyun's eyes. Under the illumination of the flames, Pei Ziyun saw the shrine in the sky. When the fog surged, the government troops had no time to look for traces of Hyura Kazuo. This was because the number of Meiji army soldiers was too high. If they were not careful, they would die at the hands of the enemy. Pei Ziyun put on his infrared night vision goggles and retreated. After a dozen steps, the fog became thicker and thicker. Even the sound of the explosions and gunfire in front of him was much weaker. Pei Ziyun walked quickly and arrived at a place. Through the night vision goggles, he looked up and saw that it was a cliff. Pei Ziyun did not pay attention to the battle anymore. He focused on climbing step by step. In fact, he was not too far away from the battlefield. It was only about 100 meters. If the enemy discovered him, it would be very dangerous. But the fog covered up everything. Pei Ziyun's movements were as agile as an eagle's. He did not have any support as he climbed up the cliff. With a single finger, he would be able to insert it perfectly into the crevice of the cliff. With a pull, he would flip over like a bat. In a flash, he would grab onto another sturdy rock and continue his climb. After climbing for less than 3 minutes, they arrived at a slightly flat slope. He had arrived. The smell of blood mixed with the stench of fish. Many people did not know that no matter if they were a hero or a coward, when they died, they would lose control of their sphincter muscles. No one could overcome this. In the fog, Pei Ziyun rolled on the ground and quickly slid to the side of a man. The Japanese soldier was smoking a cigarette and looking at the government troops who were fighting with the Meiji army not far away. He was panting and felt a little nauseous. The Japanese soldier was not one of those special people. He was a native recruited by Hyura Kazuo. He had several lives on his hands and had no choice but to escape. Although he knew that once he boarded the black ship, he would either be killed on the spot or imprisoned forever in prison. There were no other possibilities. When the police attacked, he was prepared to die. But he did not expect that a large number of mysterious soldiers would emerge from the fog. Then, the police drama turned into a battlefield. In fact, although he had killed people before, he could not help but feel a little nauseous when he saw the corpses on the battlefield. Fortunately, there were mysterious soldiers to resist, so he and the others could retreat to the back. The Japanese soldier had to use a cigarette to suppress his nausea. He enjoyed the pleasure of smoking. Halfway through his cigarette, there was a sudden flash of a knife. Zhuojing only felt a chill before his vision darkened. His head flew into the air. Pei Ziyun killed the man with a knife. He did not delay and rushed forward. Not far away, someone instinctively looked at Pei Ziyun and wanted to send a signal to warn him. Pei Ziyun's figure was already there. His long knife sliced through the throat. Although it was a wooden knife, it could cut through iron like mud. When the neck was cut open, there was not even a shred of flesh. Blood spurted out from the carotid artery. Enemy! The few Ming Jijun soldiers around him were all veterans. They turned around and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullets swept past. In the next moment, a ray of light appeared on the ground and slid down like a ski. The moment Pei Ziyun got up, he swung his wooden knife. Wherever it went, the human body was as fragile as paper. 7 or 8 parts of the body were thrown into the air. Blood and internal organs were splattered everywhere. The gunshots stopped. Then, a series of pew 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 sounds could be heard. This was the sound of flesh being pierced by a sharp knife at the same time. Each sound represented the loss of a life. It was really killing people like grass. In one breath, he killed more than 10 people. Pei Ziyun rolled on the ground. The second round of bullets had been emptied. The other party was also a veteran. His eyes were bloodshot. He shouted and rushed forward with his gun. This was a habit of the Ming Jijun, the bayonet technique. Chapter 768. Die. A shadow flashed past, moving so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to follow. Pei Ziyun held his sword horizontally and pierced through them. Blood dripped from the wooden sword. Ugh! More than 10 corpses fell to the ground. They struggled for a moment before dying. At the same time, more than 10 faces appeared on the wooden sword. In the blink of an eye, they were pulled into the sword, causing it to darken even further. Pei Ziyun paused for a moment before walking towards the inner parts of the shrine. Upon entering the shrine, he discovered that it was empty. There was a faint fragrance in the air. At this point, an armored samurai suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not attack, but bowed to Pei Ziyun and said, "Yamada-kun, please enter." Pei Ziyun looked at the warrior who had appeared out of nowhere and wasn't surprised at all. He followed the warrior and entered a quiet room. The moment he entered, he saw a young lady. The room was quiet, and the architecture was simple and unadorned. The young girl in the room was holding a red umbrella. Hearing the sound, she slowly walked closer. In the room, the red umbrella was like a red mushroom, and it was especially eye-catching. The young girl under the umbrella lowered her head, revealing her neck. She looked very gentle. When Pei Ziyun entered, the samurai closed the door and left. Pei Ziyun frowned. Ueg. In Japanese mythology, she was the second daughter of the god of the sea, and the younger sister of Feng Yuji. "It's me." Ueg lowered her umbrella and bowed slightly. "Yamada-kun, I shall call you that for now. Welcome." Pei Ziyun's expression was solemn as he nodded his head in thanks. He then sat down. At this point, Urawa Kazuo bowed slightly and placed a cup of tea in front of Pei Ziyun. He then retreated a few steps back and sat down. Pei Ziyun did not look at her for long. He took a sip of tea and asked, "Ji-jun, what brings you here?" Ueg stared at Pei Ziyun, but was still unable to see through him. Her expression turned gloomy as she smiled helplessly. She did not have much time left. She then said, "The era of gods descending has arrived. This era shall belong to us, the gods. Yamada-kun, you are a god and so are we. However, we have many. We have Takamagara. Joining us is better than that Haratori Heim, right? Yamada-kun, please join us, please." As she spoke, she lowered her head and begged. Rinura Kazuo's expression changed slightly, and his fingernails pierced into his palms. Japan claimed to have 8 million gods, but in reality, there were only 1,000 true gods. There were 3 great demons in Japan. One of them was Shutendaji, Tamamo no Mei, and Amur. Shutendaji was a legendary great demon that was active during the Heian era. He was 6 meters tall and had a stocky build. He liked to drink blood and had 5 horns on his head. Rinura Kazuo was fortunate enough to meet him once. He wasn't even a demigod. Not to mention Tenzo, even Ueg had to kneel down respectfully. Not even a 1,000-year-old greater demon could become a god. But now, this opportunity had been given to the young man before him. Pei Ziyun paused for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but I appreciate your good intentions. But I can't join you." When Ueg heard this reply, she felt regretful and said, "Yamada-kun, please reconsider. The gods of Takamajiehara have been around for thousands of years. They are not like those illegitimate gods. If you join us, you will become a true god. This is something that many gods can't achieve in their entire lives. We are already being very sincere. Besides, the Kanzai era has begun. If you don't join us, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to achieve anything good. This is not a threat but a fact. You should be aware of this." "Indeed, but I can only apologize," Pei Ziyun said. "That's a pity." Ueg sighed. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. "Go to hell." Without waiting for her to disappear completely, Rinura Kazuo raised his gun and fired. There was a pling sound as the bullet pierced through his body. Pei Ziyun was not flustered at all. He tilted his wooden sword and the bullet hit the tip of the sword, slicing it open. Pung-pung. The second and third shots missed. The bullet chased after him, but only passed through his afterimage. Then, the wooden sword slashed down. No! Rinura Kazuo screamed in despair. But then, the wooden sword sliced through his veins and severed his neck. A head flew out. A large amount of blood spurted out as the headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Then, as if the barrier had been removed, gunshots could be heard from outside. Pei Ziyun shouted, "System!" A plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it turned into an information interface. Mission: God's descent has arrived. The legendary era is about to begin. Your choice is crucial. Faction selection: Shogunate Army completed. Mission: You have been slandered. This will affect your legendary door. Please retaliate quickly and stabilize the legendary door. Incomplete. He pressed the confirm button, and the plum blossom moved. Pei Ziyun, Yamada Shinichi, true Lord of Authority, God of Disappearance. Faction selected. You have obtained the entry point to this world. You can use your fate points again. Mission series refreshed. Has the main storyline finally restarted? Pei Ziyun looked at the system. So, I still had 5 fate points in the previous Greek world. Protecting Ishido Seiji's wife and daughter earned me 1, protecting Harutori Heim's incarnation Sakato Genko earned me 2, and completing the legendary key earned me 3. In total, I have 11 fate points. The legendary door is almost complete as well. At this time, the sounds of fighting could be heard from outside. Da-da-da could be heard, as well as the sounds of rockets exploding. Boom! Several soldiers rushed in with murderous looks on their faces. They shouted, "Raise your hands and kneel." Pei Ziyun acted as if he did not hear them. His eyes narrowed, and an officer immediately shouted, "Open fire!" "Stop!" Sakato Kawako shouted as she walked in. She looked at the corpse lying on the ground and asked, "Hiura Kazuo?" "Yes." Sakato Kawako said. No wonder the resistance of the Shogunate army suddenly weakened. Yamada-kun has done a meritorious deed again. Some people have been rude, please forgive them. According to the preliminary count, the vultures have lost 17 men, while the police have lost 31 men. I apologize and thank you on their behalf. As she said this, she bowed heavily and waved the soldiers out. She then asked in a low voice, "Did you encounter anything inside?" Yuiji has descended. She wanted me to join Takama Jiehara, but I refused. Really? No wonder. Sakato Kawako felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. She had felt her divine powers diminish just now because she did not want anything to happen. Now that she heard this, she smiled brightly. The shogunate will reward you for your loyalty and contributions. However, that might not have been the real Yuiji. Yuiji has shouldered the responsibility of protecting this world for generations. Every generation's chief which is named Yuiji. This is inherited by the family. Usually, internal marriages are carried out to maintain the purity and power of the bloodline. Of course, there are occasionally outsiders who have obtained this position. Perhaps what you saw was only this generation's chief which. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and did not argue further. He then walked out of the shrine. At this point, the fog gradually dissipated. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled in the sky. There was no sign of the battle that had just taken place. Pei Ziyun sat down on a piece of rock and opened up an equipment bag. He took out a bottle of sake and took a sip. Sakato Kawako followed him out and smiled. "Yamada-kun, you're not old enough to drink, right?" "But I'm old enough." Pei Ziyun smiled. Seeing that there were no cups around, he continued to drink without passing one to her. The surrounding soldiers continued to tidy up. Further away, there was a hubbub of voices. A rescue team had arrived, and the reporters were making a ruckus. There was silence on the cliff. After a while, Pei Ziyun finished his drink. He turned to the side and asked, "Did the Sakato family suffer a great loss this time?" "Thank you for your concern, Yamada-kun." Sakato Kawako smiled and looked at her phone. She then looked down at the crowd at the foot of the mountain and said, "The loss was minimal, especially since there were no casualties. To the Sakato family, a small amount of property damage is not worth mentioning, especially with insurance. However, the earthquake this time was very strange. It has something to do with the shogunate, and even Takamaji Hara. At this point, her expression turned serious. Yamada-kun, things are changing. I feel that Tokyo, no, the whole of Japan is undergoing a huge change. The situation is not looking good. As she said this, she opened a document on her phone and handed it to Pei Ziyun for him to take a look. At this time, Sakato Yuenko had already contacted the outside world. The Sakato family had also gathered a large number of people and placed them under her command. At the same time, the Sakato family had sent over a large amount of relevant information. The document that Sakato Yuenko was holding right now was an analysis of the connection between the earthquake and the shogunate. Pei Ziyun took Sakato Yuenko's phone and flipped through it. He had a better understanding of the current situation. He had a mission from the system and knew that this was the descent of Kanzaki. However, Tokyo's quick response was not simple either. Just as he was thinking about this, the dark sky suddenly lit up. The light was so bright that it blinded everyone's eyes. "It's a meteor!" Sakato Yuenko was shocked and said solemnly. A meteor fell from the sky, leaving a long, translucent trail behind it as it sliced through the dark sky. If that was all, it would not have been rare. However, thousands of meteors fell at the same time, forming a meteor shower. The group of meteors lit up the night sky, illuminating the night sky. "It seems like it's not just falling towards Japan?" Pei Ziyun looked at the meteor shower as a thought flashed through his mind. He squinted his eyes. When the meteor shower streaked across the sky, everything around him seemed to change. The air, the earth, the entire world seemed to have an indescribable feeling. Sakato Yuenko looked at the meteor shower and her expression turned serious. "Yamada-kun, I'm afraid things are not looking good. Can you feel it? The descent of Kanzaki." Sakato Yuenko's eyes revealed a sense of loss, fear, and longing. Pei Ziyun asked solemnly, "Yuenko, the descent of Kanzaki, is it the descent of a god?" "No, it's not. At least not yet." Sakato Yuenko hesitated for a moment, but still said it. She pointed at the meteor shower. "I can feel it. It's not a god that is descending. I'm afraid it's a celebrity from history. I can feel the aura of history." "The aura of history? But it's not the same this time. Will there really be a god descending in the future?" Pei Ziyun looked at Sakato Yuenko and asked. Sakato Yuenko listened to this question and remained silent. Pei Ziyun did not continue asking. He took 2 steps forward and looked around. He then bowed slightly and said, "I'm very sorry, but it's getting late. I'll take my leave first." Chapter 769. Tokyo, Haramachi rats could be seen from time to time on the dirty street. This was a slum area in Tokyo, Japan. Of course, the government did not recognize it on the surface. This was the only street in Tokyo where riots occurred. The people living on this street had no money, no job, and no home. Some people only had a bag. Behind the glamorous city, it was hard to believe that there was such a group of people struggling to survive. In addition, there were some people who deliberately hid here because of crimes or other things. Therefore, although there were many surveillance cameras in this area, the security was very poor. It was late at night. There was an earthquake not long ago, and the chaos had subsided. Under the moonlight, dark red blood stains and unknown black liquid could be seen in the corner. A drunkard was lying on the ground, mumbling something under his breath. Around him were empty beer bottles, and a few pitch-black bugs could be seen crawling around him. In the depths of the alley, in a shabby house, a young man covered with a thin quilt suddenly woke up. His face was ferocious, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Under the moonlight, a faint shadow could be seen. Phew! Finally, Nozaki Naomasa opened his eyes and slowly raised his hand to wipe his sweat. Only then did he look around. The room was dark. There were only 2 beds in the narrow room, but Nozaki Naomasa was not affected. His eyes flashed with a red light. He lifted the blanket on his body and realized that his body was very weak. It was difficult for him to even lift the blanket. Nozaki Naomasa slowly stood up with the help of the bed. He moved a few steps slowly and almost fell. A voice came from the opposite side. Nozaki, what's wrong? Do you still have a cold? Do you need some water? No, Sasami-san, my cold is much better. I'll go to the bathroom. Sorry to disturb you, Nozaki Naomasa said. He had lived here since he was a child. This room was the only inheritance left by his parent. It was 15 square meters in total. On the opposite bed was Sasaki Heiji, 46 years old. It was said that he used to be the head of the General Affairs Department of a health equipment manufacturer. But for some reason, he was fired. He could not face his wife and neighbors, and did not have the courage to commit suicide. He chose to disappear from the world. Now, he rented a bed in the slums for 500 yen a day. Nozaki Naomasa went to the bathroom and wiped his face with water. He pulled open the tattered curtains and stared at the stars in the sky, lost in thought. After a while, Nozaki Naomasa took a deep breath. His eyes were blurred as he sighed, "Am I back in this world again? I really can't imagine it, it really is like a dream." Nozaki Naomasa closed his eyes and slowly accepted the memories of the owner of this body. Is that so? A high school student. Fuyi High School? And now the so-called technological creation is so developed. There are all kinds of tools that can go up into the sky and into the sea. This is really a magical era. Nozaki Naomasa could not help but sigh. But soon, this will be our world, Nozaki Naomasa murmured. He opened his eyes and took out his mobile phone. Without hesitation, he dialed a few numbers. When the call went through, Nozaki Naomasa recited a song in a deep voice. The empty cicada floats in the world, the wave hits a sace and bounces back, the flying foam scatters the jade. The person on the other side of the phone immediately responded, "But it's too small to be picked up, it disappears with a wave of my sleeve." After the secret code, the person on the other side of the phone said respectfully, "Congratulations, Rimi-sama, welcome to your arrival." Nozaki Naomasa shook his head and said slowly, "No, my name is Nozaki Naomasa now." The person on the other side of the phone lowered his head and said respectfully, "Hi, yes, Lord Nozaki." Nozaki Naomasa asked directly, "Are the Lord and the Shogun still not awake?" "Yes, the Shogun is not sure. As for the Lord, she has indeed not awakened, so please take charge of the overall situation," the person on the other side of the phone said immediately. "In that case, I will temporarily take charge of the overall situation." When Nozaki Naomasa heard this, he immediately said without hesitation. He was a member of the 3,000 Stones sect, so he had this authority. Then, the most important thing now is to immediately speed up the Lord's awakening. Nozaki Naomasa's tone was stern. "There is a very important thing that you must firmly remember in your heart. Don't forget it at all." Nozaki Naomasa said solemnly, "When we descended, God warned us that the most important thing for us to do after descending is to be very fragile now. Although our identities are a secret, we can't be careless. In order to get through this hurdle, we must obtain a relatively safe environment." A red light appeared in Nozaki Naomasa's eyes. "Among them, the most important thing is Yamada Shinichi. This person has an extraordinary background, and we can't find out anything about him. He is the biggest variable. Even God is paying attention to him. What plan do you have to deal with Yamada Shinichi?" The person on the other side of the phone immediately sent an email saying, "Sir, please take a look. This is the plan of the General Staff. You can choose one of them and we will carry it out." Nozaki Naomasa looked at the notification that popped up on his phone. He opened the email and read it carefully. After a long time, he made up his mind and said, "With our strength, a head-on confrontation is not rational. We will focus on plan number 2. Sir Nozaki, plan number 2 is to lure Yamada Shinichi away from Tokyo. We can't interfere with us at this most vulnerable stage. However, there is a problem. The bait is Yamada Shinichi's girlfriend, Hayakawa Naomi. She is the descendant of the Tianjin god." The person on the other side of the phone immediately responded, obviously unwilling to take responsibility. "If Yamada Shinichi continues to stay in Tokyo, he will cause a lot of trouble for us." Nozaki Naomasa's tone became heavier as he subconsciously stroked his phone. "Therefore, we must transfer Yamada Shinichi away, and in the plan, Hayakawa Naomi is the best choice. She is the descendant of the Tianjin god, and she herself is the key to opening the door. Once we enter the door, we will be on our home ground. Not only will we have the advantage, but we can also kill or persuade Yamada Shinichi to surrender. Even if we take a step back, we can still restrain him for a period of time. Therefore, even if we offend him, we must use Hayakawa Naomi. This is my decision. Let's carry it out." "Yes." With someone bearing the responsibility, the other party readily agreed. "Also, my body is very weak right now. Arrange for me to recuperate immediately through your channels." Nozaki Naomasa stretched out his hand and looked at himself in the mirror. Looking at his sallow and emaciated self, he said coldly, "Yes, please rest assured, sir. Although I don't have much power under my control, this small matter is very easy. I will transfer 200,000 yen to your card first. We will also make arrangements for the rest of the matters. We will not let the shogunate find out." The other party did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Seeing that there was nothing else to say, the phone call ended. The bathroom was silent. Nozaki Naomasa thought of the past, and his expression changed. He murmured, "Divine Lord, although there is a difference in status and position, it may not be the Tokugawa family's world. The Rimi family can't go back to the old ways." Nozaki Naomasa thought silently. The main family was first reprimanded by Hideyoshi and was confiscated from the government. Although they belonged to Tokugawa Ieyasu's Eastern Army during the Battle of Sekigahara and followed Tokugawa Hidetada to perform meritorious deeds, their title was reduced to 4,000 yen in the 19th year of Keisho, 1614. 3 years later, all the titles were erased, and the Rimi family was severed. The Daima domain only lasted for 2 generations. Thinking of this, Nozaki Naomasa murmured, "I must establish my own power." Thinking of this, he returned to the room and saw a little fire on. He knew that Sasaki Heiji was not asleep. Suddenly, he had an idea and asked, "Sasaki-san, I heard that you have a few subordinates who were also fired. Are they also in Seburincho?" "Nozaki, why do you ask this?" A bitter voice came from the other side. "Sasaki-san, you don't have to ask this. I just want to ask, don't you want to restore the dignity of a man?" Nozaki Naomasa went straight to the point. "I have a Kodo channel. I can join, but I need manpower. Do you want to join?" Sasaki Heiji's breathing suddenly became heavy. In Japan, many companies maintain a lifelong employment system. Once a middle-aged man loses his job, it is difficult to find a similar job, or even difficult to find a job again. Without a job, the dignity of a Japanese man is gone, and he becomes a worthless stray dog. For example, Sasaki Heiji waited in line for the foreman to arrange a job. At the end of the day, he received a day's salary. Without a job, he went to get relief food. Once he was almost caught by his wife. He could only run away in panic, restoring the dignity of a man and returning home. This is what he dreamed of. Sasaki Heiji sat up and kowtowed on the bed. "Nozaki, no, Nozaki-san, if you have a channel, we are willing to follow you, please." "Okay, then follow me." Nozaki Naomasa showed a smile. The Hayakawa family. Hayakawa Naomi lay in bed, and found that she could not sleep. There was an earthquake today, and it was obvious that even the school was affected. Several buildings were damaged, and it was said that some teachers were injured. Today is Wednesday, not a holiday, but because of the earthquake, the school gave an emergency 5-day holiday and asked the students to go home to ensure their safety. Along the way, Hayakawa Naomi found that the earthquake was more serious than she had imagined. Not only did she see the Japanese people and the army running around, but she also saw many tragic scenes. Collapsed houses, cars flattened by flying rocks, trees lying on the road, moaning not far away, and houses on fire. All of these made Hayakawa Naomi feel very unfamiliar. What shocked Hayakawa Naomi was that she found a pedestrian who was pressed down by a billboard not far away from her house. The pedestrian who was pressed down by the billboard was in a corner of a house. Hayakawa Naomi felt that something was wrong, so she ignored her mother's warning and walked over. When she walked over, she found the man in a hidden corner. When she found the man, he was already on the verge of death. Through the cracks on the stone, she could see that his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered with dried blood. His hands were still pushing against the billboard that was pressing down on him, but it was obviously not of much use. When Hayakawa Naomi found the man who was being crushed by the billboard, the man also sensed her presence. He struggled to turn his head and opened his eyes, which were blurred with tears of blood. He shouted, "Help me, please help me." Hayakawa Naomi was shocked by the face, and she took a few steps back, almost falling. Fortunately, her mother, Hayakawa Tezuko, arrived and held her. When Hayakawa Tezuko saw this, she did not hesitate and immediately shouted for help. Soon, a large group of people rushed over and carried the injured man to the ambulance. When the man was carried to the stretcher, Hayakawa Naomi saw that the man's left cheek was cut by a piece of metal from the billboard. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Although the wound was about to clot, it was still bleeding. Hayakawa Naomi almost vomited when she saw the white bones and red muscles, and the dripping blood almost made Hayakawa Naomi vomit. Fortunately, Hayakawa Tezuko covered her eyes in time, not letting her see the horrifying scene. Even so, Hayakawa Naomi could not stop the horrifying scene from appearing in front of her eyes. After casually finishing dinner, Hayakawa Naomi lay on the bed and found that she could not fall asleep. The horrifying face flashed in front of her eyes. Unconsciously, the fog seemed to disperse, and everything became blurry. Chapter 770. Cold, very cold. Hayakawa Naomi screamed and woke up from her dream. She opened her eyes and saw that it was dark. She fumbled for the bedside lamp and found that it was still nighttime. "I think I had a dream, but I can't remember it." Hayakawa Naomi felt that she had a nightmare and woke up from it. She touched her body and found that it was sweaty and uncomfortable. At the same time, her head was aching. Hayakawa Naomi didn't think much about it and got up to take a bath. She went into the bathroom and closed the door. She turned the sign to "In use" and took off her clothes. "Add some shower gel." Hayakawa Naomi smelled the fragrance of the shower gel and tested the water temperature with her hand. She felt very satisfied and sank into the water. She felt warm and relaxed. The water seemed to have a magical power that was massaging her body. Even her head was no longer that painful. Hayakawa Naomi sighed and squinted her eyes. Unknowingly, she could feel herself sinking deeper and deeper. Her surroundings were filled with coldness, and the despair of sinking in the water began to batter at Hayakawa Naomi's mental defenses. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade, and she floated up into the air. Suddenly, there was a splash of water. Hayakawa Naomi opened her eyes and found herself lying in the bathtub. Her head was submerged in the water, and she choked a few times. Her hands and feet were weak, and she struggled to get her head out. Huff, huff, huff. Hayakawa Naomi subconsciously gasped for air. She almost drowned in the bathtub, and the lack of oxygen was too scary. What's wrong with me? I feel that I'm also having a nightmare in bed? Hayakawa Naomi trembled and rubbed her face with both hands. She calmed down and slowly stood up with the help of the bathtub. She felt that her arms were sore. Hayakawa Naomi stood in front of the mirror and wiped her body with a towel. Suddenly, the Hayakawa Naomi in the mirror moved and smiled at her. Hayakawa Naomi screamed and stumbled back. She slipped in the bathroom and fell heavily to the ground. She fainted. After a long time, Hayakawa Naomi woke up. She opened her eyes and moved her body. Realizing that she was on the bed, she couldn't help but murmur, "Was that a dream?" However, Hayakawa Naomi felt that something was wrong with her body. She turned on the bedside lamp and revealed her leg. There was a bruise on her knee, which was obviously caused by a fall. What's going on? Hayakawa Naomi felt a chill run down her spine, and her mind went blank. All of a sudden, Pei Ziyun's face appeared in her mind, and she felt a sudden urge. I wonder how the minister is doing now? I didn't see the minister in school. The minister was not injured in the earthquake, right? Naomi Hayakawa picked up the phone that was placed near the bedside and looked at the time. It was already around 5 o'clock in the morning, and the first rays of dawn peeked through the curtains. Isn't it a little inappropriate to disturb you at this time? I don't care anymore. I'll send the email now and wait for the minister to wake up before picking it up. Hayakawa Naomi had a conflicted look on her face. She hesitated for a long time before finally typing out an email on her phone. What made Hayakawa Naomi happy was that she received a reply from Pei Ziyun within 5 minutes. Looking at Pei Ziyun's email, Hayakawa Naomi smiled. The email read, "Naomi, what's wrong? I had something to do, and only just reached home. Did you not sleep well, or are you already awake?" When Naomi Kawasaki saw this, her heart was filled with joy. She wanted to continue speaking to Pei Ziyun. Hence, she started typing on her phone again. However, she had only written a few words when her hand froze. She was unable to continue typing, and her eyes were filled with fear. At this point, Hayakawa Naomi was smiling on the screen. As she smiled, she spoke, "Naomi, why are you rejecting me? I'm you." "No!" Hayakawa Naomi screamed and fainted. Her phone fell to the ground with a "pa" sound. In a house not far from Hayakawa's house, there was no one in the courtyard. Only a few leaves were swaying in the wind, spinning on the ground. Under the moonlight, the leaves, the shadows, the darkness, and the stars formed a gloomy scene. At this moment it was completely silent. Only the rooms on the second floor, if one looked carefully, would be able to see some light. A man dressed up as an onmyoji, holding onto an exquisitely carved jade pendant, suddenly let out a groan. "Not good, Lord Ikiya is suffering from a backlash. Lord Ikiya, are you all right?" Ikiya's nose and mouth were bleeding. He swayed and wiped his hand. His hand was covered in blood. He smiled bitterly. "Xiangao, Mitamori, I'm fine." The two onmyoji, Yoshihide Xiangao and Hiroyuki Mitamori, were still worried and rushed forward to check on him. Yoshihide Xiangao's eyes were long and narrow, and he was skinny. He wore a black hat and he looked gloomy, as though he was not easy to get along with. On the other hand, Hiroyuki Mitamori's face was chiseled, and his facial features were sharp. Although the three of them were wearing onmyoji clothes, Yoshihide Xiangao and Hiroyuki Mitamori were different from Ikiya. Yoshihide Xiangao and Hiroyuki Mitamori had red cherry blossoms embroidered on their collars, while Ikiya had golden cherry blossoms embroidered on them. Hiroyuki Mitamori took out a napkin and passed it to Ikiya. Iwata Maodian took the napkin and wiped the blood off his nose and mouth. He then wiped his hands and took a cup of tea from Xiangao Jiahang. He took a sip to moisten his throat and said slowly, "Don't worry, everyone. It's nothing serious. It's just a backlash that I expected. I just didn't expect it to be so huge." Ikiya's expression changed. He looked at the blood on the napkin, and said with a pained expression, "The descent of the divine incarnation, the awakening of the divine blood, and some even reverted to their ancestors. These people's strength is increasing, and even with the token, I suffered a backlash. But fortunately, I didn't fail and completed the mission," Ikia said excitedly. "Hayakawa Naomi has implanted the activation command. Fortunately, although she has the divine blood, her willpower isn't strong. She's just an ordinary middle school student who hasn't experienced much. As long as she has some training, or even if she doesn't have any training, I might have failed. No matter what, I still succeeded." "That's great, Ikia-sama." Yoshihide Xiangao and Hiroyuki Mitamori stood up and bowed. "Since Ikia-sama has completed your mission, then leave the rest to us." Yoshihide Xiangao and Hiroyuki Mitamori looked at each other, and said at the same time, "Next, I'll deal with Hayakawa Naomi's mother, Hayakawa Tezuko." Yoshihide Xiangao took out a mirror from his bag and said, "This artifact has been accumulating mana for 3 days and 3 nights. As long as I look at it, it will take effect." Hiroyuki Mitamori continued, "Hayakawa Naomi's father also has the sea god's bloodline, but it's very thin, and there are no signs of it awakening. Even so, it's too risky to change it directly, but it's enough as long as we have the key. Since that's the case, we can just transfer him to work overtime for a company mission. Let me act as Hayakawa Naomi's father." Hiroyuki Mitamori revealed a bright smile, which was a huge contrast to his mysterious words. "Yes, that's fine. But remember, there can't be any mistakes," Ikia emphasized again, "otherwise you know the consequences. Let's not talk about other things. The samurai have suppressed us for many years, but we on Myojus and Miko are the ones who can use the demon god's power." "Yes, Ikia-sama, please rest assured." A terrifying scene appeared in their minds, and Yoshihide Xiangao and Hiroyuki Mitamori's expressions changed. They stood up straighter and lowered their heads respectfully. "We will definitely complete the mission according to the plan." Seeing that there was nothing else to say, Hiroyuki Mitamori made a call and said a few words to the other party. At this time, the sky gradually brightened. Hayakawa Tezuko woke up at 5 in the morning, and she rushed to the kitchen. Not long after, the fragrance of food permeated the air. When people came to Tokyo for the first time, they would notice that there were no breakfast shops apart from convenience stores. That's because Japanese people usually eat breakfast at home, and their wives would wake up early to prepare lunch for the whole family. This was also the only time that the family could gather together. Of course, there were basically no breakfast shops, but it didn't mean that there weren't any. There were still a few breakfast shops, but they often had to queue up. There was a rokusaki shop nearby that was forced to close because of the long queue. After working for half an hour, Hayakawa Tezuko finally woke up. He yawned, washed his face, and sat at the dining table. He looked at the newspaper and asked, "Naomi, you're still not up? It's a school holiday. Let her sleep a little longer." Hayakawa Tezuko replied, "Today's breakfast is beef tenderloin. Is that okay? Beef tenderloin? Not bad," Hayakawa Tezuko said as he continued to read the newspaper. Japanese companies usually start work at 9 in the morning, but it might take an hour to get there, and they had to arrive 20 minutes earlier. Hayakawa Tezuko immediately quickened her pace. But before she could finish, she received a call. Hayakawa Tezuko, who was reading the newspaper, immediately stood up when he picked up the call. "Ah, is this the minister?" Yes. I'll rush over immediately." When Hayakawa Tatsuko heard this, she quickly took her handbag and asked, "What happened?" "The company suddenly received a request, and they want me to go immediately," Hayakawa Tezuko said. This was a common occurrence in Japan. Hayakawa Tezuko quickly passed him a rice ball and reminded him, "Be careful on the way." Hayakawa Tezuko nodded, changed his shoes, and went out. Hayakawa Tezuko bowed and sent him off. Then, she sighed. Sigh. I'm so busy. I didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She thought that Hayakawa Tezuko had forgotten to bring something with him, and she quickly opened the door. Coming. Did you forget something? But what entered her eyes was a stranger wearing a black hat and looking gloomy. Only then did she become alert. Suddenly, she saw him take out a mirror and look at himself. Bam! Her eyes were in a daze. Chapter 771. I didn't sleep well. Hayakawa Naomi yawned and opened her eyes. She rubbed her temples to relieve the headache. She looked at her knees and her body froze. The bruises were still there, which meant that what happened to her last night was real. Was she not dreaming? Hayakawa Naomi felt a sense of fear when she thought of this. What's wrong? Naomi? Why do you look so pale? Did you have a nightmare again? Hayakawa Tezuko went to the bedroom and looked at her daughter with a worried expression. No. It's nothing, Mom. Don't worry. I'm fine. I slept too late last night because I was playing on my phone. I feel a little uncomfortable this morning. Hayakawa Naomi avoided her mother's eyes. Hayakawa Tezuko had been asking about Hayakawa Naomi's sleep recently. Hayakawa Naomi was afraid that her mother would worry about her, and this time was no exception. To Hayakawa Naomi's surprise, Hayakawa Tezuko usually asked this question in the morning. She had just woken up, and Hayakawa Tezuko came to ask her about it. Hayakawa Naomi was a little puzzled. I'll go wash up first. Hayakawa Naomi rushed to the bathroom, and at the same time, she forgot about her doubts. When Hayakawa Naomi rushed over, she didn't see Hayakawa Tezuko. She stretched out her hand and struggled to say something, but she couldn't. Then, her expression stiffened, and she returned to normal. During breakfast, Hayakawa Naomi felt strange again. Hayakawa Tezuko didn't eat and only stared at her. She frowned and asked worriedly, Mom, what's wrong? Hayakawa Tezuko shook her head. Nothing. I'm not feeling well today, but it's not a big problem. By the way, Naomi, I have something important to tell you. Hayakawa Tezuko smiled. What's wrong, Mom? Hayakawa Naomi asked curiously. How about this? I'll let you meet a few people and you'll understand. Hayakawa Tezuko's smile widened. 3 strangers that Hayakawa Naomi didn't know suddenly entered the living room. One of them had narrow eyes, protruding cheekbones, and a thin body. Hayakawa Naomi felt disgusted the moment she saw him. There was also a young man in a suit and leather shoes. He looked gentle and refined, and when Hayakawa Naomi saw him, she felt a little conflicted. The last one was a middle-aged woman with fair skin and delicate facial features. She looked very gentle. Hayakawa Naomi's frown deepened when she saw these strangers barging into her house. She pouted and wanted to say something, but Hayakawa Tezuko pointed at her and smiled. Naomi, don't you recognize them? This is your childhood sweetheart, Tomoya, his brother, and Masako, who loves you dearly. Why aren't you going to greet them? What are you talking about, Mom? Hayakawa Naomi's jaw dropped. She couldn't understand what her mother was talking about. Aren't these people strangers? Not to mention childhood sweethearts. He had never seen this family before. Furthermore, it was disgusting to look at it. The middle-aged woman smiled at Hayakawa Naomi and said, Naomi, it's been a while. Don't you feel like strangers? But it doesn't matter. You two are so close. You will get to know each other in a few days. After all, you two are engaged. The middle-aged woman stood up and walked to Hayakawa Naomi. She looked her up and down and said, Naomi, you have grown up. You are 13 years old this year. Let's get married. This is the union of the Oda family and the Hayakawa family. It will be blessed by God. Oda Masako said to Hayakawa Tezuko with a smile. Yes, you are right. Hayakawa Tezuko didn't feel anything was amiss. She nodded seriously and said, This is a marriage that was decided a long time ago. It can't be violated. Hayakawa Naomi was confused. She opened her eyes wide and looked at her mother, Hayakawa Tezuko, and the three strangers. Her face was filled with fear. At the same time, she said angrily, "Mom, what's wrong with you? I don't know these people." Hayakawa Naomi pointed at the three people in front of her. "Also, it's against the law to get married at 13. Hayakawa Naomi shouted angrily. Her voice was hoarse, and there were tears in the corner of her eyes. Hayakawa Tezuko and the three strangers didn't seem to hear Hayakawa Naomi's voice. They just chatted and nodded at each other with a satisfied smile. Hayakawa Naomi's hair stood on end when she saw their expressions. An inexplicable fear welled up in her heart. "No, this is not my home. You are not my mother," Hayakawa Naomi screamed in her heart. She pushed the chair away and rushed out of the door. Hayakawa Naomi only took 2 steps before she was held down. She looked up and saw her mother, Hayakawa Tezuko, holding her down. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape. Naomi is a little shy. This is Tomoya's fault. They are engaged. How can they go abroad for 3 years? Of course, they have to show their anger. That's right. Although it's too early to get married at 10, it's normal to get married at 13. Hey, don't talk to yourselves. I don't know you. Hayakawa Naomi said unwillingly. Only 300 years ago, people got married at 13, right? Are you people from 300 years ago? After saying this, the three people's expressions suddenly froze. Oda Masako revealed a scary expression. Naomi seems to be a little naughty. That's right. She must be punished. Hayakawa Tezuko agreed. She pulled Hayakawa Naomi from the living room to the bedroom and slammed the door. Dominating the National Society after some time, the 2 rooms were connected, and there were no signs of renovation. One of the rooms had a sofa, a desk, and a bookshelf. There were not many books, but all of them were interesting books. There was also a small kitchen with a water dispenser, a coffee maker, and a microwave oven. There was even a separate bathroom for simple washing and cleaning. The opposite room had become an activity room for practicing kendo. Unknowingly, it seemed to have become a second home for the teenagers. Sakagami Sanako was there as well. Many people had forgotten that she was actually from the high school. After passing through a wall, they could reach the middle part of the country. She had brought along Japanese food, which was large and tasty. "Everyone, please enjoy. If the taste isn't good, please forgive me." Fukuoka Maya smiled respectfully. "I'm not picky about food. Besides, Sakagami Sanako's cooking is great." Toyama Yukita said, "Yes, it's just a little worse than Naomi's." Murata Saikairo felt that he was being rude and quickly gave her a look. Sakagami Sanako smiled subtly. "Actually, I think so too. Compared to Naomi, she's much worse. I'm so envious." Speaking of which, why isn't Naomi in school today? Pei Ziyun frowned and asked. Dominating the National Society had an activity today as well. However, Hayakawa Naomi did not attend. She was usually very punctual. Pei Ziyun felt that it was strange. Murata Saikairo was in charge of recording the results of the assessment. He had just finished his activity and was slightly hungry. He took a big bite and said, "I went to Naomi's class and asked. Her classmates said that Hayakawa Naomi did not attend school today. I continued to ask teacher about Hayakawa Naomi's condition. Her mother, Hayakawa Tezuko, personally called teacher and asked for a leave of absence for Naomi. She said that she was not feeling well and had a bad cold. She needed to rest at home for a few days. So that's the case. Is her body not feeling well? Naomi really doesn't know how to take care of herself." Toyama Yukita said. Pei Ziyun could not help but laugh. Very quickly, the activity was over and they returned home. The moment they got on the car, Sakagami Sanako immediately became serious. She bowed slightly and said, "Yamada no Miya, congratulations. Your 6th and 7th volume of Seven Samurai has been released. This has been recommended by 11 media outlets, and the response has been very good. Sakagami Sanako's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Not only are there reports on Seven Samurai in the various newspapers, there are also many comments on the television. As she said this, Sakagami Sanako turned on the television. The experts on the television were all praising it. Yamada Shinichi is a literary genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. The veteran film critic Ayasaki Tamaki praised. Yamada Shinichi's Seven Samurai is a masterpiece. On the television screen, the author Atsushi Tomoka had an incredulous look on his face as he praised. Yamada Shinichi, is this really the greatest gift that God has given us in the history of Japanese literature? Yuji Gayama said seriously. Sakagami Sanako switched to 3 different radio stations and received the same response. At this time, on the Tokyo radio station, director Miyagi Hiramichi's latest speech attracted a lot of attention. Miyagi Hiramichi was the most famous and talented director in Japan in the past few years. His first film, Humble Advance, won the Best Newcomer Award at the Japanese Film Awards. The next 2 films received many positive reviews from the Japanese audience. The 4th film, The Devil's Path, and the 5th film, Akame Kingdom, made Miyagi Hiramichi step into the ranks of the top directors. Now we are preparing to produce Yamada Shinichi's Seven Samurai. This time, we have received many investors and we have a strong cast. Please wait for the latest news. He then heard a beep as he received a notification on his cell phone. It was 120 million taels of silver. The royalties had been transferred to his card. Everything happened so quickly. Pei Ziyun laughed and understood. The shogunate is rewarding me for my contributions. At this point, his phone started beeping. Someone was calling. Pei Ziyun picked it up casually. Unexpectedly, Hayakawa Naomi's terrified voice could be heard. Department head, save me. Pei Ziyun paused as he heard someone's voice on the other end of the line. After that, the line was disconnected. He was shocked and instructed Sakagami Sanako, now turn around and drive to Hayakawa Naomi's house. Hi. Sakagami Sanako looked at Pei Ziyun's serious expression and instructed the driver to turn around. As they had left the school at 18 o'clock, they rushed all the way to Hayakawa Naomi's house. By the time they reached, it was already nighttime. The moon was covered by clouds and the stars were dim. Only the street lamps were still lit. Pei Ziyun alighted from the car and said to Sakagami Sanako, "Wait here, I'll go take a look." Yes, you have to be careful too. The best thing about Sakagami Sanako was that she knew when to stop. She was not a samurai and would not ask to enter the house with her. She would not be a burden to others. Pei Ziyun nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at the door and found nothing amiss. He pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. Hayakawa Naomi's house was small and did not have a courtyard. The moment he entered, he saw a corridor. Pei Ziyun frowned and looked around. There are street lamps and stars, but it feels so dark. There was a nauseating stench in the air. He had no idea where it was coming from. As he turned the corner of the corridor, all of a sudden, he heard a light chuckle coming from behind him. When he turned around to look, there was no one there. What a prank! Pei Ziyun laughed coldly and ignored her. He went straight to Hayakawa Naomi's bedroom and opened the door. Indeed, there was no one inside. Chapter 772. Pei Ziyun observed his surroundings. He did not know why, but he felt a little tired. He could not help but yawn. At that moment a cat meowed. Meow. This meow was very soft. Pei Ziyun moved over. A cat suddenly appeared, its green eyes looking over. Just by looking at him, he felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Almost at the same time, a paw sound was heard. Someone had attacked. This was the attack of a knife, and the sound was very familiar. Pei Ziyun frowned, but did not retaliate. He smashed through the window and landed with a loud bang. The house did not have a courtyard, but it was not small. There was a mulberry tree planted there. Evil ghost, go to hell! The pursuer did not give up. He held the wooden knife in his hand and slashed down again. Lower crescent moon slash. Kawako, stop. The angry voice of the 3,000 Sakako could be heard from afar. Are you looking for me? Almost at the same time, a hand was placed on Pei Ziyun's shoulder. The hand was cold, causing him to freeze. Idiot! But in the next moment a boom sound was heard. The air was suddenly engulfed in flames. The cat and the figure behind it screamed in pain. In a few seconds they were turned into ashes. A gust of wind blew past, and a leaf fell. The wooden knife slashed down. Freeze! Seeing Kawako's knife, Pei Ziyun did not dodge. His eyes flashed, and with a shout, Kawako fell to the ground. Enchanted? Pei Ziyun picked up the leaf, and saw that the veins of the leaf were separated. Yamada-den, what's going on? The 3,000 Sakako looked a little embarrassed as he ran over. Why was Kawako here? I'm not sure. It looks like Kawako came earlier than us, and was affected. Pei Ziyun flicked his shoulder, pushing the ashes away. Maybe the me she saw was an evil ghost? Pei Ziyun looked at the unconscious Kawako, and then carefully looked at the leaf. Kawako, is this your current level? Impressive indeed. You're almost at the level of a grandmaster. Pei Ziyun was very surprised. Was Kawako really that talented? Back then, Kawako's mother, Ishikawa, wanted him to teach Kawako. Pei Ziyun felt that she was talented, but there were many talented people, so he did not take it to heart. It was just that one slash had shocked Pei Ziyun. Was Kwang Zi's innate talent that good? How long did it take for him to reach this realm? And this was with the help of the system. Now, how long did Kuozi take to reach this level? Pei Ziyun's heart was filled with shock. Even with the top-notch sword techniques that he had imparted to him, in a short span of a year and a half, Kwang Zi was able to reach such height. His talent in sword arts was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, she did not have any supernatural powers, so even though she had swordsmanship, she was still bewitched by the evil spirits. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought as he listened to the 3,000 sons check on him. He then heaved a sigh of relief. Ma Zi is fine, but his sword techniques are not bad at all. If he grows up a bit more, our Makawa shrine will have a true samurai. Sakako Sanako looked at the sweaty Kawako, who was unconscious and still holding the wooden sword. She smiled with satisfaction and said to the driver, "Help her to the car, don't stay in this room." "Hi." The driver opened the door. The 3,000 sons looked at Kawako as she witnessed her growth step by step. When Kawako first started learning swordsmanship, she made many mistakes. The first time she practiced, she accidentally used too much strength and injured herself. But ever since she started learning, a special trait of Kawako's was awakened. Every time Pei Ziyun taught Kawako some moves, Kawako would only look at it once and ask for guidance again. It would take at most 3 days for her to master everything that Pei Ziyun taught her. The 3,000 sons thought that Kawako's comprehension and innate talent far surpassed her father, Ishido Makoto. But now, she felt that this was not the end of it. How old was Kawako, and how long had she been learning swordsmanship? It was terrifying. First there was the Yamada Hall, and now there was Kawako. Was the god trying to revitalize the Makawa shrine? The 3,000 sons couldn't help but feel excited. She turned to Pei Ziyun and said, "Do you think we should perform a samurai ceremony for Kawako?" Pei Ziyun didn't reply immediately, but fell silent. The samurai ceremony was actually a gift from the Makawa shrine, which gave her supernatural powers. But the god of the Makawa shrine was already dead. With the descent of the god, she wouldn't be able to go far with just her physical body. Without the god's gift, Kawako could reach the level of a grandmaster with her swordsmanship and form the so-called heart of the sword. She could also kill evil spirits and not be bewitched, but she couldn't compare to the god's power. If she could become a grandmaster, why would she need to cultivate to become an immortal or a god? This was the difference in power levels. If it wasn't for him, Kawako could have become a top-notch samurai. But now, her opportunity had been cut off by him. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought. When he saw the driver coming over, he suddenly smiled and reached out to touch Kawako's forehead. He then retracted his hand and his expression turned cold. Those people are idiot. If not for these evil spirits, I wouldn't have been able to find them. Now that the spell has been broken and they've suffered a backlash, I can sense where they went. Chase after them, they shouldn't have gone far, Pei Ziyun said quickly. Yes. Pei Ziyun got into the car and the driver stepped on the accelerator. The car started at the fastest speed possible and chased after them. On the road, Pei Ziyun closed his eyes and reached a crossroad. He pointed, "Turn left." The driver didn't hesitate, turned the steering wheel and drove to the left. "Don't worry, go straight." At another crossroad, Pei Ziyun gave the same command. The driver didn't speak and followed silently. "Turn left." Pei Ziyun continued to speak. "Yes." The driver turned the steering wheel and drove into another crossroad. Gradually, the road became a little unclear. The driver pressed the car's wiper and realized that it didn't work. He still couldn't see clearly. When he looked carefully, there was a fog rising outside. Looking at the faint fog, Sakako felt that it was familiar. She thought carefully and her expression changed. She immediately said to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-den, something's wrong. There's fog outside. It's similar to the fog that appeared during the shrine inheritance ceremony." Sakako was a little worried. "Don't worry, Sakako, it's fine. Let the driver continue driving, I'll handle everything." Pei Ziyun's expression didn't change as he said slowly. Sakako had only met Sakako once, but he had met her many times. Seeing Pei Ziyun's calm expression, Sakako didn't know why, but her originally nervous heart gradually calmed down. Sakako had actually followed Pei Ziyun for a long time. In her opinion, Yamada Shinji was actually not a person with much ambition. In the past, he had many opportunities to deepen his relationship with the rich and powerful. Not to mention others, Sakako actually had great potential, but it was dispensable. But all these could not cover up Yamada Shinji's indifference and domineering aura of "nothing can affect him." The 3,000 children of Sakakami were completely convinced. The driver turned on the fog lights and continued driving according to Pei Ziyun's instructions. When they passed a mountain road, Pei Ziyun suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Stop!" Actually, the mountain road couldn't stop, but the driver still slammed on the brakes and stopped steadily. "Yamada-den, what's wrong? Have you found any traces of the enemy?" Sakako immediately asked. "No." Pei Ziyun didn't explain. After coming out, he jumped on a rock and looked towards Tokyo. The whole of Tokyo was shrouded in the night, brightly lit. It looked like a city that never sleeps, like a sea of lights. But looking closely, there were traces of fog spreading. Although it was only a thin layer, the whole of Tokyo was shrouded. No, not only Tokyo, but the whole of Japan had appeared. Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed with a strange light. If this continued, he was afraid that the living would rule the day and the evil ghosts would rule the night. Seeing this scene, Pei Ziyun fell into deep thought. Sakako didn't see anything and was a little puzzled. Pei Ziyun didn't explain. After thinking for a while, he said to Sakako, "Sakako, go back. What happens next is not something you can interfere with. Remember, if you encounter any danger, go to the Jin River Shrine." Although the god of the Jin River Shrine had been killed by him, there was still his divine power left. "Hi, Yamada-den. I wish you a long life of martial arts." Sakako looked at Pei Ziyun's solemn expression and bowed. She had been trained and was clear about the evil ghost. She couldn't be a burden. Besides, there was a chauffeur and Sasako in the car. Pei Ziyun smiled and turned to leave. He walked along the mountain path. Only when Pei Ziyun's figure disappeared did Sakako get up and leave. Not far away, on the hillside, Nozaki Naomasa squinted his eyes and held a pair of binoculars in his hands. When he saw Pei Ziyun enter, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Yamada Shinji, you finally entered." At this moment, a beeping sound rang. A phone call had come in. Nozaki Naomasa, who was originally inattentive, saw the phone call on his phone. His body trembled, and he answered the call respectfully. "Hi, my lord, you're awake?" Nozaki Naomasa couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. "Hi, is it a meeting of the main halls?" "Yes, I'll be there immediately." Nozaki Naomasa had received a very important message. He calmed himself down and leaped forward. After crossing a few meters, a car stopped in a hidden place. "Sasaki, let's go down the mountain." The chauffeur was Sasaki Heiji. His driving skills were not bad. Soon, Nozaki Naomasa arrived at a house. This house looked very ordinary and there wasn't anything special about it. However, in the middle of the night, this house seemed especially dark and gloomy. When Nozaki Naomasa reached the door, someone bowed and opened the door, inviting him in. Nozaki Naomasa wasn't surprised and walked straight into the house. Before Nozaki Naomasa could enter, a shrill voice rang out. "Nozaki Naomasa, is this the name of your physical body? You're late. To be more accurate, you're the last person to arrive here. Isn't this a little too rude?" A young man wearing earrings said coldly. I'm much stronger than some people who have just awakened and haven't done anything yet." Nozaki Naomasa revealed a cold smile as he spoke. "You?" The young man wearing earrings was about to retort when a voice rang out. "Stop fooling around." "Hi." The young man lowered his head respectfully and didn't dare to make another sound. Nozaki Naomasa knelt down and reported to the person who had spoken, "My lord, I didn't disappoint you. Yamada Shinji has led them to see Order Village." The few young men in the house sat upright. Chapter 773. The room was not big, but the interior design was novel. It was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was slightly higher, and the room was in the middle of the wall. There were several people sitting on it. The lower floor was slightly lower, which was normal. It was a wooden floor. There were many people waiting outside the door with their heads lowered. There was a young man sitting on the high platform. He looked calm and relaxed, but he was not angry. There were 3 people on the side. One of them was also a young man. He had long and narrow eyes, dark skin, and short hair. There was a scar on his face. Not only did this scar not give off a sinister feeling, but it also gave this young man a masculine aura. Nozaki Naomasa knelt down respectfully. The young man in the middle smiled. "Rimi, oh no, Noroi, this is your retainer. Come and speak." "Hi." Noroi Kisi said softly. "Naomasa, very good. You did a good job. Come and sit down before we talk." "Hi, my lord." Nozaki Naomasa got up and walked over respectfully. When Nozaki Naomasa came over, the young man who spoke to Nozaki Naomasa earlier sneered again. Kamizu Ken wore earrings and dyed his hair. He looked like a delinquent. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and he inadvertently exuded an imposing aura. At this moment, Kamizu Ken looked at Nozaki Naomasa with contempt. However, Nozaki Naomasa ignored him and sat down on the empty seat. When Nozaki Naomasa sat down, the young man sitting in the middle spoke calmly. He seemed to have been in power for a long time. "This is the first meeting since God's advent. The number of people is small, but we can start. Since this is our first advent, our bodies are very weak, and our strength has not recovered." The young man's deep voice echoed in the room, but the people outside could not hear it at all. Now, everyone's original identity is a starting point. It is very important. Try not to be discovered. Some of you have only met us today. Briefly introduce the situation of possessing a body. My body is called Noroi Kishi. He is the head of the Hokkaido group in Tokyo, Japan. Noroi Kishi was the first to respond. Her voice was slightly low. She was Nozaki Naomesa's lord. Masahiko Inoki. The Inoki family owns a company with an annual income of less than 100 million yen. I am the second son of the family. Masahiko Inoki, who was sitting next to Yarv Chinching, quickly revealed his identity. Based on the situation, it's usually not my turn to inherit. Fuo Maikawa, a university student. He just joined Ichiban Club and is still a newcomer. As the young man had expected, none of them were very high. This was very normal, because even if they had all kinds of methods to deceive the world, they were not welcomed by this world. It was already very good to have such a starting point. Reincarnating into a powerful noble, or the son of a powerful noble, it was impossible to even think about it. As for the retainers below them, although there were some who were lucky, the average would be even lower. God and Zhu Jian, the son of a policeman. God and Zhu Jian introduced themselves faintly. But this predecessor is closer to the underworld. Nozaki Naomesa, an ordinary high school student. Nozaki Naomesa briefly introduced himself. Ueshibo Yuji, a person known as an otaku in modern times, the fat Ueshibo Yuji said in a muffled voice. It seemed that this was not a good start. Since that's all, let's get down to business. The young man in the middle glanced at them, then pointed at Masahiko Inoki and said, Inoki, it's your turn to speak now. Hi, good job. Masahiko Inoki, who was sitting opposite Nozaki Naomesa, lowered his head and said respectfully to Nozaki Naomesa, Naomashi-kun, is it okay to call you that? No problem, please tell me, Nozaki Naomesa replied calmly. Naomashi-kun, are you sure that Yamada Shinji entered the Sea Order village? It's not that I don't believe you, but this is very important. Masahiko Inoki asked solemnly. Don't worry, I saw it with my own eyes. There's no problem. As expected of Naomashi-kun. If that's the case, it seems that our plan can be carried out. Masahiko Inoki smiled. As you all know, the Sea Order village has a very special meaning. The Sea Order village is the weakest place in this world. Now we can infiltrate it with our power. Masahiko Inoki said slowly, since he has entered the Sea Order village, it will be difficult for Yamada Shinji to come out. This is very beneficial to our plan. That's all. Nalv Chinching continued to ask, did the door close as soon as Yamada Shinji went in? Yes, my lord, the door was closed as soon as he went in. Since we have infiltrated the Sea Order village, we have the power to close the door, Nozaki Naomesa said respectfully. Good. In this case, it's best to kill him. If not, we can trap him. Nalv Chinching was very satisfied. He turned around and bowed to the young man. So, what should we do next? Please bestow it to me. Everyone, we won't do anything next, the young man in the middle said calmly. His eyes flashed. Won't do anything? Everyone looked at each other. God and Zhu Jian moved when they heard this. The young man in the middle saw everything. He patted his folding fan and smiled. We will do this because we are in a very weak period. Secondly, we will pay attention to strategy. Now we are humans, and all of you used to be daimyo or elders. Why must we fight against the Shinkawa shogunate? We have been fighting against the Shinkawa shogunate for many years. We all know the details. Although the government has been returned to the people, the shogunate still has great power. It is not wise to fight them head-on now. Shionger, you have some strategy. Tell us. Yes. Shangbo Yuji stood up and looked around. His body was huge, but he was unusually fat. He was only 1.6 meters tall and weighed no less than 100 kilograms. But at this moment there was no trace of embarrassment because of his fat. Instead, he gave off the aura of someone who had been through many battles. Just as I said, if we fight against the shogunate directly, we will be exposed immediately and become the enemy. Shangbu Xiong'er said directly. The most important thing is, I think everyone knows that with the advent of God, the first to arrive are the hungry ghosts that have been starving for hundreds of years. When these evil ghosts arrive, they will charge at the shogunate's line of defense. Shangbu Xiong'er's eyes flashed with red light. If we fight at this time, we will be easily identified and classified as one party. This will make it difficult for us to gain the support of the people. Of course, we will not wait for the opportunity. The hungry ghosts will attack the shogunate to weaken the shogunate's line of defense and consume their power. In this case, the shogunate will not be able to take care of themselves. They will not have the time and power to investigate us. At that time, we will have the real opportunity to act. Shangbu Xiong'er looked around. We will appear in the form of a savior. We will control the people, the underworld, and even the military. We will continue to gain real power. Furthermore, under such circumstances, the uncontrollable hungry ghosts will be consumed as well. You have to know that even to us, the hungry ghosts are a burden. They might even devour us. We will drive all the hungry ghosts into this world, and let them fight to the death with the shogunate. Then, in the name of justice, we will clean up the mess. That is the wisest choice. Hearing these words, Yaro Yosei nodded his head. Kamizumi, Shohiko Inoki and Naomasa Nozaki had a look of admiration in their eyes. Everyone, Xiong'er is right. This is the plan that the gods have given us. The young man in the middle stood up and closed his fan. This world will belong to us. This world will belong to us. The rest of them had solemn expressions on their faces as they knelt down and said in unison. See Order Village at this point, it looked no different from the outside world. When Pei Ziyun stepped into Sea Order Village, a period of time had passed. The stars and moon had faded, but the sun had not yet risen. It was still early in the morning. Pei Ziyun looked up at the sky and estimated. Although there was some light, it was still dark. The village was deserted, and there weren't many people outside. However, Pei Ziyun could see that there were people fishing by the riverbank. Pei Ziyun's eyes gleamed. He didn't sense any danger and went closer to take a look. The person was holding a bird and was using a thin rope to tie the bird's neck. He then let the bird dive into the river to catch fish. Pei Ziyun looked at him and realized that the person's fishing efficiency wasn't very high. He had only caught one fish after half a day. He then stopped paying attention to him and turned to leave. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to leave, he noticed that the person's clothes were strange. Are there still clothes like this for sale? Pei Ziyun looked at the person's strange clothing and thought to himself. He stopped and looked at it for a while before realizing that the bird that was fishing was a hoe. Pei Ziyun naturally knew what it was used for. It was a fishing method used in Japan hundreds of years ago and was no longer used. There were only a few places in Japan where fishermen still used this method. However, most of them only used it for sightseeing. Pei Ziyun furrowed his eyebrows as he realized something. The Sea Order Village was small and it was located in a remote area. It wasn't a tourist destination, but there were still people using this method to catch fish. That was strange. A thought flashed through Pei Ziyun's mind as he thought about it for some time. He then laughed and ignored the man and continued walking. After walking for 10 minutes, the sky started to brighten. He then saw a mountain peak. Pei Ziyun paused. That's not right. When I came here, there wasn't such a tall mountain. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and went back the way he came. Pei Ziyun ran quickly. There was no one on the river, but the road was still there. He passed through it and heard a soft piu sound, as though he had passed through something. Pei Ziyun did not stop and continued walking. After a while, he raised his head and saw that it was still the same mountain peak, but it seemed to be on a different side. Seeing this, Pei Zi-yun looked at the mountain peak for a while before turning around and walking in another direction. Chapter 774. Half an hour later, Pei Zi-yun looked out and saw a mountain range in the distance. He could faintly see many trees, but the mist was thick and he could not see clearly for more than 10 meters. The strange thing was that the highest peak in the middle was still visible, and he could see it with one look. There's a change. Pei Zi-yun sniffled and said softly, "The smell of death and evil has appeared." When he first arrived, it felt like an ordinary fishing village. But now, the smell was more than 10 times stronger. This time, Pei Zi-yun did not rush forward. Instead, he turned around and walked out slowly, his eyes observing the changes in his surroundings. When Pei Zi-yun had walked a third of the way back, he heard a soft "piu" sound, as though he had broken through some kind of barrier. Hearing this soft sound, Pei Zi-yun stopped in his tracks. He took 2 steps forward and the scenery around him changed. He took 2 steps back and returned to his original position. It was indeed an enchantment. Pei Zi-yun understood what was going on. Every time he passed through a barrier, he would appear on the other side. This was a circular enchantment. If he was at his peak, he would not be able to trap him. But now, he was in trouble. Pei Zi-yun's expression was solemn. Without hesitation, he walked towards the mountain peak. It was obvious that everything else was hidden in the mist. Only this mountain peak was visible, and its purpose was to lure him there. Furthermore, he could faintly feel the aura of Hayakawa Naomi. Of course, when Pei Zi-yun walked towards the mountain peak, nothing happened. The only thing he noticed was that from the outside, the mountain peak looked extremely close to him. In fact, it wasn't too far away. But when Pei Zi-yun walked past it, the distance between them was more than 5 times longer. At the same time, this enchantment was a whole new world. The most obvious was the change in the sky. Outside it was almost dawn. When Pei Zi-yun stepped into the enchantment, he realized that it was dusk. The deeper he went, the thicker the mist became. After identifying the place, Pei Zi-yun continued walking. He looked around and saw several corpses lying in the shade of a large tree. It looked like a family. There were men and women, old and young. All of them were dead. At the very front was a soldier wearing a belly roll. His face was filled with despair, as though he had been killed while resisting. The belly roll was relatively simple. It was made of leather, and was used by low-level warriors and a shigeru. However, the hand that was holding onto the broken knife proved that the corpse belonged to a low-level warrior. These corpses did not rot, but seemed to have shrunk. Resentment, corpse energy. Pei Zi-yun casually glanced at the corpse and pointed at it from afar. There was a loud boom as the corpse was engulfed in white flames. All of a sudden, the corpse started to move and let out a blood-curdling screech. Within a breath's time, it had completely turned into ashes. Interesting. The moment the corpse turned to ash, an insignificant amount of energy was absorbed. As long as we can break even. After walking for a short while, he saw corpses scattered across the mountains and forests. There were very few warriors, but there were many commoners. Most of them had become skeletons, and a few had become zombies. Some of them could even move a little. Piu. This time, Pei Zi-yun didn't even need to flick his fingers. All he had to do was approach the corpses, and the corpses would start burning. He didn't stop along the way. After passing through a small hill, he could vaguely hear screams and cries for help. At the same time, thick smoke could be heard. Pei Zi-yun quickened his pace as a bloody scene appeared before his eyes. In a village, there was an earthen wall, and hundreds of thin but strange corpses were madly rushing over. The villagers were desperately resisting. A few of them looked like warriors, but these people still couldn't resist the crazy attack of the corpses. These corpses were similar to humans. They were short and had big bellies. Their bodies were covered with dark scales. They were not very fast, but their strength was unusually great. The key was that there were too many of them. With a puff sound, Fado Tomoyuki chopped down and beheaded an undead. Suddenly he felt exhausted. Seeing another undead rushing towards him, Miko pointed at him, and a black light went into his body. With a ka sound, Fado Tomoyuki used all his strength to cut the undead in front of him. Black and red blood flowed out of the undead's body, but it only left a wound on the undead's body. The corpse that was hit roared and jumped to the side of Fado Tomoyuki. It opened its mouth and went straight to the neck. Is it really a dead end? Fado Tomoyuki looked at the big mouth and smelled a stench, but he had no strength to avoid it. He was too tired and in too much pain. Fado Tomoyuki didn't know how long he had been fighting. He only knew that there were more than 150 people in the village, but now there were less than 70 people. Even the witch was exhausted. Fado Tomoyuki didn't want to give up his life. He wanted to protect the village and his family. But he was too tired. His body was soft and he couldn't squeeze out a trace of strength. The sword just now had exhausted all his strength. Sorry, I can't continue. Fado Tomoyuki closed his eyes and silently left his last words in his heart. But with a "hoo" sound, a sword slashed and the corpse that rushed over was immediately cut in half. Not only that, white flames suddenly emerged from the cut and instantly burned the corpse. Fado Tomoyuki, who had his eyes closed, waited for 2 seconds and found that he was safe. He couldn't help but open his eyes and saw a shocking scene. Die! A young samurai rushed to him. His movements were simple and there were no complex changes. But with a casual move, the whole person and the sword became one. With 2 puff-puff sounds, 2 corpses fell down. They didn't even make a sound, and then a flame appeared on the sword. Pei Ziyun killed several of them without stopping. Puff-puff, the smelly black blood splashed. The wooden sword flashed slightly, and a little black smoke gathered around the wooden sword. A few ferocious faces wanted to rush out, but they were restrained. Then a layer of fire appeared on the wooden sword. Now the survivors were all good at fighting. Fado Tomoyuki even learned the way of the sword. With his rich experience in fighting, he thought that he was not inferior to the samurai. But now, the young samurai in front of him slapped everyone in the face. Wherever he went, the corpses fell like scarecrows. So the whole village was suddenly silent. The witch in the middle of the crowd looked pale under her veil. Seeing that the corpses were killed one after another, she felt relieved and said to the samurai who suddenly appeared to help, "Thank you for saving my life. Sir, please be careful. These corpses are a lower race of demonic ghosts. They can't be killed completely. Only by killing the leader can the attack stop temporarily. The leader is already a demonic ghost and has a lot of wisdom. Sir, you have killed so many corpses, you will definitely be hated by the demonic ghost. You must be careful. Don't rush in alone. Please retreat to the village and defend together," Kuroda Masami said to Pei Ziyun sincerely. At the same time, she added, "Also, I'm very sorry, sir. My witchcraft can only be used on the villagers with faith. I'm afraid I can't do anything to you," Kuroda Masami explained. She was a little worried that Pei Ziyun would leave and not help her anymore. Pei Ziyun didn't care about Kuroda Masami's words. Feeling it, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The hidden power of the corpses is greater. Although there are not many of them, there are many of them. Many a little makes a mickle, and I can recover my strength faster. As for the reason that he couldn't kill the corpses, this was because when they were killed, the filthy aura would spread out, and new corpses would be born. But if he killed them, it would be clean. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun nodded slightly to Kuroda Masami to express his gratitude. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he turned into a shadow and pounced into the corpses. After a few breaths, he heard a series of sharp and short sounds. This was the last cry of the corpses before their death after the wooden blade pierced through. With a ka sound, Pei Ziyun's wooden blade blocked the frontal attack of a corpse. The wooden blade slashed back and a white light flashed. The corpse that was pouncing at him was cut in half. A white flame flashed, and it quickly turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 corpses were killed. At this time, a corpse in the distance roared at Pei Ziyun. Suddenly, the corpses that were attacking the villagers turned around and pounced at Pei Ziyun. This corpse is the so-called demon ghost, right? Pei Ziyun muttered to himself. A corpse that was a few times bigger than ordinary corpses. Not only did it have black scales all over its body, but it also had protruding black bumps on its face. It looked extremely hideous. Seeing that there were more and more corpses, the witch couldn't help but shout again, "Your Excellency, the corpses are gathering, quickly retreat to the village. Not only is there a wall here, there is also the protection of a shrine. This witch has a good heart. But I'm not a simple warrior. I feel that the rules of this world are much looser. Then let's give it a try." Pei Ziyun pointed with the wooden blade in his hand, and white light fell like rain. There wasn't much white light, but when it fell on the corpses, the hundreds of corpses let out mournful cries at the same time, and white flames gushed out from their bodies. Boom! The white flames were released, and in an instant the corpses began to burn. The demon ghost continued to give orders, preparing for its subordinates to exhaust Pei Ziyun's strength before attacking again. But seeing the scene in front of it, the demon ghost didn't hesitate and turned to escape. Its speed was very fast, but the white light also fell and attacked its body. Boom! The white light blasted a hole in its body, but it didn't continue to burn. After this attack, the demon ghost ran even faster. Pei Ziyun looked at the demon ghost running away, and without hesitation, he turned into a shadow and chased after it. He didn't say much, and slashed down with the wooden blade in his hand. No. The demon ghost looked at the blade that was coming straight for it, and its eyes were filled with fear. It cursed, "If you kill me, you will die too." The moment the curse came out, there was a "pu" sound, and the demon ghost was split into two. This time, the white light didn't extinguish. Everyone could clearly see the white light emitting from the wound, and in a blink of an eye, it had turned into a man of fire. It seemed that the fire was stronger and lasted longer than the ordinary corpses. A small amount of energy, but it was many times thicker than the corpses, flowed into his body. The legendary door had become stronger. Only then did Pei Ziyun feel this. A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint light. Mission: the legendary door in literature is not strong. Use the demon ghost's flesh and blood to rebuild the legendary door. 2/100. Use the demon ghost's flesh and blood to rebuild the legendary door? Indeed, although their supernatural energy is weak, it can still be absorbed. If it's 2%, one demon ghost counts as 1, and 100 corpses as 1. Chapter 775. Just as he was thinking about this, Kuroda Mayumi rushed over. She bowed deeply to show her respect. "Thank you very much for helping us with the zombies. Without your help, I'm afraid our village would not have survived. If you don't mind, please rest in our village for a while." "Sure." Pei Ziyun thought about it and said. Kuroda Mayumi was very happy and led Pei Ziyun to the village. Seeing him arrive, the villagers parted ways. Their expressions were complicated. Some were grateful, some were respectful, and some were even jealous. It was normal to be grateful, respectful, and jealous. Humans would always be jealous of those who were stronger than them, but did not have control over them. Pei Ziyun walked leisurely on the ridge of the fields and saw a small shrine. It looked very simple. There was no torii and no one. There were only a few trees which could be considered a sacred forest. A simple hand sanitizer was placed there. It was very quiet and the air was fresh. In this world, filth and death were everywhere. This was the only place that did not have such an aura. This is our village's simple shrine. If you don't mind, you can rest here tonight. Kuroda Mayumi led him to a room and said respectfully. Pei-zi Yun approached the shrine and squinted his eyes. He could feel that there was indeed some divine power in the shrine. Sure. There was nothing to be picky about. Then, Kuroda Mayumi retreated. After a while, food was served. Please. Pei-zi Yun looked at it. It was a rice ball and a few pieces of pickled radish. He stood up and bowed. Thank you for your hospitality. He was an expert and sensible. Japan's grain yield was very low, and rice was processed into refined rice. Refined rice was very precious and was known as silver grain rice or silver sriracha. Some farmers had never eaten a rice ball in their entire lives. Even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who had conquered the world, only had a bowl of rice, seaweed, miso soup, and sashimi for his meals. This was probably the best the shrine could offer. Kuroda Mayumi saw that Pei-zi Yun was satisfied and heaved a sigh of relief. She bowed. Please enjoy. She then retreated and said to the villagers, Now that the warrior is resting, let's not disturb him. When Shu, who had wrapped his injured arm in gauze, was still in disbelief and asked, Master Wu Tian, did God send him to save us? Just now, he was also fighting outside. There were simply too many zombies. Just as he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, Pei-zi Yun killed the zombies that were attacking him with a single slash. Fatty Tomoyuki also wiped the blood off his body and asked, Is this a real samurai? Was there really such a person in the world? I used to think that Ma Shangdao was the most powerful person. Itachi Tomoyuki's eyes widened. At this moment, Sanjiro suddenly nudged him with his elbow. Hearing the name Tatsuya Asakami, Mayumi Sugita's happy expression immediately dimmed. Only then did Tomoyuki realize that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mention Tatsuya Asakami. No, I shouldn't have mentioned this person. Fatty Tomoyuki hurriedly covered his mouth with his scarred hand to apologize. Tatsuya Asakami used to be the most powerful person in the village. He had once killed more than 10 zombies by himself and was Mayumi Sugita's fiancé. But then, Mayumi Sugita suppressed the pain in her heart and recovered her smile. She said softly, It's nothing. No matter what, today is a happy day. I believe that at this time, your families are also waiting for you. Let's go back first. Mayumi Sugita said in a gentle voice. You're right. Thank you, Master Samurai. Otherwise, Kagami and Mika wouldn't have been able to see me. Fatty Tomoyuki said with a lingering fear. Jiang Lizi also held her husband's hand and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's the case. After a while, the crowd dispersed and they returned home. Jamukitaka used a walking stick and limped back to his home. In this battle, Jamukitaka's thigh was scratched by a zombie, but it wasn't very serious. It was estimated that he would recover in half a month. Of course, if it wasn't for Pei-zi Yun, he would have lost his life. It was a pity that Ori Kazuhiko, Ijiro, and Teraduro couldn't wait for Pei-zi Yun's rescue. Thinking of this, the unreconciled faces of Ori Kazuhiko, Ijiro, and Teraduro appeared in Jamukitaka's mind. He couldn't help but shiver and quickened his pace back home. When Jamukitaka returned home, he saw his father, Jamu Liming, waiting for him at the door. He was thin and withered, and his face was full of wrinkles. There was a scratch on his face, and he was blind in one eye. Father! Jamukitaka saw him and immediately rushed forward, reporting the situation excitedly. But his reaction was different. Jamu Liming's face was gloomy and he did not speak. After a long time, he asked, How many descendants of the samurai are there in the village? Ori Kazuhiko is dead, but he still has a son, Fatty Tomoyuki. Son, do you think we can get the mayor to send more samurai? Jamu Liming asked. Those who were famous were the descendants of the samurai, and those who were not were ordinary villagers. Or, can we let this samurai stay in our village? Jamukitaka's smile suddenly froze. He knew that the mayor was unlikely to send more samurai. If they continued to lose more, this village would disappear like many other villages. A village without samurai could not defend against the zombies. Let this samurai stay in our village, this. Even if Jamukitaka had no foresight, he knew that the samurai in the gorgeous silk would not stay here. For a moment, the whole room was silent. After a short moment of joy, they faced the reality of the desperate situation. Father, what do you think we should do? You were a samurai in the past, and you even had the opportunity to learn the art of war. Jamukitaka asked softly. His father was the village's hero, and he had solved many crises. You must have a way. I don't have a way. No, there is one. Please tell me. Liming, do you still remember? The mayor informed us yesterday that outsiders must be strictly investigated. What is an outsider? We didn't understand before, but you should understand today. Jamukitaka was stunned, and he looked at his father in disbelief. Betraying outsiders was not a difficult thing in this world. A kind village that did not do this would have been destroyed long ago. But this was a samurai who had just saved his village. Father, Jamukitaka said painfully. Kitaka, first of all, the mayor takes this matter very seriously. If we don't quickly pass the news to the mayor, he might be angry and punish us. And if we inform the mayor, the village will be exempted from taxes for 3 years, and we will also be rewarded with a large sum of money. We will then be able to hire samurai to tide us over. As Jammu Liming spoke, he pointed at his daughter-in-law, who was holding a granddaughter who was only half a year old. Look, even the cute Riko is starving to death. You have already lost 3 children, 2 of whom died of starvation. Since that person saved us once, what's the harm in saving us again? As long as we give this person to the mayor, our family, our village, will be able to live. I am old, and I have already passed the position to you. The life and death of our family and the village are all up to you, Jammu Liming said tiredly. Jamukitaka looked at his father in a daze. His father used to be so heroic, straightforward, and upright, but the repeated disasters of zombies and droughts had gradually crushed this man. After a long time, Jamukitaka looked at the crying baby in his wife's arms, then looked around and took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he said, I understand, I will go and light the beacon now. Hearing this, Jammu Liming did not feel the slightest bit of joy, only bitterness. Soon, black smoke rose into the sky, and the light from the fire illuminated half of the village. Chapter 776. At home, don't be afraid, I'm still alive. Here, there was only a wick and a pale, thin face illuminated by the light. Fat Potato Yuki had just coaxed his 2 daughters to sleep and was talking to his wife. Suddenly, a fire lit up outside the window. He stretched out to take a look and his expression changed. He thought of something and found it hard to believe. He muttered, What's going on? Could it be? Oto Tomoyuki thought of a terrifying conjecture. But he just saved our village. Fat Earth Friend Shing couldn't believe it and felt a burst of anger. He immediately got up from the bed and comforted his wife. Don't worry, it's okay, I'll be back soon. As he spoke, he immediately headed outside. The shrine was simple, but it covered a large area. In this world, land was worthless. It was a small hill, separated from the residential area by a few hundred meters. Most of the houses at the foot of the hill were low-rise houses. The most difficult time had passed. Masami Sugita smiled as she swept the ground. She was in a good mood. Every time they attack, there will be a gap of at least half a year. The villagers can then work and harvest. If this warrior can stay, the village will be saved. We've sacrificed too much. Makoto was wearing a thin shrine girl outfit as she cleaned up the filth on the stone step. She hummed softly as she cleaned up step by step. After doing some work, she stretched her slightly sore body and couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. She couldn't help but stand on the stone steps and look at one of the rooms in the shrine. Unfortunately, she didn't see the samurai. At this moment, she looked down and saw that the fire beacon had been lit. Seeing this scene, Makoto frowned, and her expression changed drastically. She immediately thought of something and hurriedly threw down the broom and rushed to the room in the shrine. "Your Excellency!" Kuroda Mayumi opened the door and was about to wake Pei Ziyun up. At this point, Pei Ziyun opened his eyes. He was awake. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had woken up, Makoto Kuroda was shocked, but quickly said, "Please escape. The city governor is sending people here." What's the situation?" Pei Ziyun laid lazily on the straw mat. Underneath the mat was a wooden plank, but the wood was soft and had moss growing on it. The color of the wooden plank was dim, but this was the best room in the entire shrine. He wasn't shocked at this point, and only asked a question. He opened the door and took a look. He could clearly see that the entire village was lit up by a beacon. "Sir, you'd better hide. I'll tell you about this later," Masumi Kuroda said hurriedly. At this moment, the sound of footsteps alerted her. "Fatty, what are you trying to do?" It was Fatchi Tomoyuki. He quickly came up and panted. "Master Samurai, you should leave quickly. The Jammu family has lit the beacon. The city lord will send someone over immediately." "You saved our village, we can't bite the hand that feeds us. I originally wanted to go on a killing spree, but now it seems that I can forget about it." Looking at the two of them, Pei Ziyun stood up and put on his clothes. Without a word, he walked down the hill. The hill was only 20 meters tall, and it only took him a few steps to reach the bottom. "Stop right there." At this point, 7 or 8 people suddenly stopped Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun looked at the villagers with weapons in front of him, and his eyes were filled with impatience. He said, "What, you want to stop me?" The leader, Jammu Liming, said, "No, sir, we don't mean to make things difficult for you. According to the customs of our village, today is the day of the gods. Once today is over, you can leave. Now, we just want you to rest in our village for a while. You don't want to offend the gods, right?" Jammu Liming immediately gave this reason. He was old and wise, and didn't want to start a fight with Pei Ziyun. "Nonsense, today is not the day of the gods. Jammu, I know what you're thinking, but Master Samurai has saved us. Let him go," Masumi Kuroda said loudly. "Bastard!" Jammu Kitaka, who was behind Jammu Liming, lit up the beacon and made up his mind. When he heard this, he was furious. It must be you, the witch, who told him about this. That's why he suddenly wanted to leave. You should go to hell together with Tatsuya Mei. Yes, you were the one who told him about this. The others also started to criticize Masumi Kuroda. "You betrayed our village." "Noisy!" Pei Ziyun looked at the absurd scene in front of him. He swung his wooden blade and a flash of light appeared. Jammu Liming, who was standing in front, was still talking, but his whole body was cut in half. Jammu Kitaka, who was cursing loudly behind him, also had a deep wound on his body. Fresh blood splattered on the bodies of the surrounding people, and they immediately screamed in fear. "Murder!" When the other villagers saw this bloody scene, they immediately ran away. Pei Ziyun took a step forward and was about to continue killing with his wooden blade. However, Masumi Kuroda immediately begged for mercy. "Sir, please don't continue killing them. These people were forced to do this. It was only because of the orders of the mayor. They had no other choice. If the mayor found out that they didn't report it, everyone in the village would die. Please forgive me. Since you're begging for mercy, then let's leave it at that for now." Pei Ziyun listened to Masumi Kuroda's words, sheathed his blade, and walked outside. At this time, The people who were running away realized that Pei Zi Yun did not continue to chase after them. They all stopped in their tracks and looked at the witch and Pei Zi Yun with hatred. Looking at the green eyes of the people, Masumi Kuroda revealed a bitter expression. She thought for a moment and suddenly followed a few steps. "Sir, where are you going? Please let me lead the way." After leaving the village, not too far away, the fog was faintly discernible among the trees. Pei Zi Yun took a step forward and saw a corpse lying on the side of the road. It looked like a woodcutter. There were maggots on the corpse, but it did not decompose further. Pei Zi Yun glanced at it casually and walked past it expressionlessly. "Sir Warrior, this is a zombie. It will become a walking corpse." Before Masumi Kuroda could finish speaking, she suddenly saw a spot of light explode from the corpse. Following that, the corpse was ignited with white flames. In a breath's time, it turned into ashes. "Masumi, continue," Pei Zi Yun said as he asked about the situation along the way. "Hey, this place was originally very good, but 350 years ago there was a sudden change. Walking corpses appeared on the ground. At first, there were only a few, but later on, there were more and more. Not only that, there were also demons, real demons. The leader of the walking corpses, demonic ghost, is actually a type of demon. It can be said to be a demon of corpses. The village that was originally able to fight against the walking corpses was gradually attacked by the demons, and the number of villagers decreased." Masumi Kuroda said bitterly. 350 years. Pei Zi Yun was not concerned about this. If he remembered correctly, it was the time when the great general rose to power, and also the time when history changed. If that was the case, then it had something to do with the great general? Pei Zi Yun thought about it and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pointed to the mountain in the distance and asked, "What is that?" "That is the city of the city lord," Masumi Kuroda replied without hesitation, with envy and longing. "Only the city of the city lord is a safe place. Everyone wants to enter the city, but it's too difficult." "Is that so?" Pei Zi Yun's eyes saw a different scene. At the city lord's mansion, a murderous aura shot up into the sky. This murderous aura was so strong that the surrounding space was slightly distorted. This was a power that even he felt threatened by. Pei Zi Yun couldn't help but narrow his eyes and reveal his murderous aura. With a soft cry, Masumi Kuroda couldn't help but cover her mouth. She looked at Pei Zi Yun and didn't dare to speak. After a while, Pei Zi Yun turned his head and asked, "How much do you know about the city lord's city?" "I'm very sorry. Actually, I don't know much about the city lord's city." Masumi Kuroda looked a little shy, and her cheeks turned red. "Because I've only entered the city once. What I know is from others. Of course, the most important thing is from Tatsuya Masami. Tatsuya Masami was once recruited by the city lord as a warrior and lived in the city for a period of time." As she said this, Masumi Kuroda's eyes revealed a trace of sadness and reminiscence, but she pulled herself together. "The city lord's city is called Gangshan City." Tatsuya Masami said that Gangshan City has existed for a very long time. It's unclear when it was built, but according to the information he found, Gangshan City was originally a main city with 120,000 stones. It has been built for at least a few hundred years and is very prosperous. It's just that there are only 1/3 of the villages left in the territory, and it's getting more and more desolate. Even so, there are still very powerful warriors in the city who can kill terrifying demons with one hand. Therefore, no demons dare to attack nearby. Any demons within 5 kilometers of Gangshan City will be eliminated. Is there really such a powerful person in the world? Masumi Kuroda looked at the city in the distance, feeling a little incredulous. She suddenly thought of Pei Zi Yun's powerful martial arts and the city lord's request for the villages to be wary of outsiders. She turned to look, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. She said, "Are you related to Gangshan City? Was it a warrior who escaped, or a branch of the family that failed? Just as Masumi asked, she couldn't help but think of this. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly said, I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't mean to pry into you." Pei Ziyun listened, smiled indifferently, and said softly, "Lead the way." Along the way, under Masumi Kuroda's guidance, there was something very strange. Although Gangshan City didn't seem to be far, after walking for a long time, they realized that they didn't get any closer. Masumi Kuroda noticed his confusion and quickly bowed. My lord, I'm sorry. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. That is, although Gangshan City doesn't seem far, in reality, it's a very long distance. In the past, there was a warrior in our village who tried to see how long it would take to reach Gangshan City. However, after walking for 2 or 3 days, he returned alone. He didn't succeed, and his arms and legs were injured. Someone in the village asked him, but he didn't say anything. He only said that it was very far. After that, the village didn't have this idea anymore. But what's strange is that the people sent by the city lord are very fast. Usually they can reach in a day. Similarly, with people of status in the city leading them, they can also reach in a day. Pei Ziyun listened and didn't say anything. He just observed silently. After walking for a long time, it seemed that the distance to Gangshan City didn't change. However, as they went deeper, the surrounding fog became thicker. "My lord, Fallen Wood Village is in front." Masumi Kuroda was very happy. It seems that Fallen Wood Village isn't peaceful either. As Pei Ziyun spoke, he calmed himself down and tilted his ears. He could faintly hear the battle cries and screams in the distance. Chapter 777. Fallen Wood Village. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. From time to time, it would rustle and rain. The rain fell on the faces of the villagers and also on the corpses that were strewn all over the ground. "I'll kill you all." A middle-aged man was bleeding all over and had a rusty knife in his hand. He slashed at an undead in front of him. On the other side, an 8 or 9-year-old girl lay on the ground covered in blood. There was a claw mark on her neck that was wrapped with a piece of cloth, but it was useless. The girl's body was still twitching from time to time. Blood dyed the ground red. Her eyes were dim, and it looked like she was about to die. A young girl with a wooden stick in her hand was assisting the man in attacking the undead. The undead's body was short and relatively slow. However, its 10 fingers had grown claws that were very sharp. Its attacks were aimed at people, tearing them apart with their claws. At this time, the undead's claw made a pu sound. The rusty knife cut into the claw and was stuck there. The undead didn't care about the injury and continued to claw. I'm going to die." The middle-aged man was exhausted. Suddenly, the figures of his father and sister appeared in his mind, as well as his mother who was left behind in the village. If he died, they wouldn't be able to live either. However, he didn't feel sad. Maybe in this world, survival was too difficult. Death was just that simple. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared. A black light flashed and the head of the undead flew out. Like a lit candle, the neck was cut open and white flames appeared. In the blink of an eye, the undead became a man of fire. This flame burned silently, but it gave the surrounding people a warm feeling. Then, Pei Ziyun slashed forward. Another undead that attacked the villagers was immediately cut open. Its body emitted white flames and turned into ashes. "The great warrior is here, we are saved." Seeing Pei Ziyun killing the undead like cutting grass, the villagers shouted. Feeling a little power enter his body, Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes. He didn't speak to the villagers. He looked at the 8 or 9-year-old girl not far away. He stepped to the left and kicked the undead away. The undead hit the girl's body. Then, he slashed with his wooden knife. The long knife went straight into the undead's body, and as he pulled it out, white smoke came out of the undead's body. After killing this zombie, Pei Ziyun didn't care about it anymore and charged into the battlefield. There were no demonic ghosts and no leader. Pei Zi-yun didn't use his technique on a large scale. There's not much spiritual energy in the air to absorb. It's not worth it to use spells in this situation. More than 10 walking dead were killed in the blink of an eye. After the fire, there were no corpses, only ashes. The great warrior is finally here. This is great. It would be great if Bean Cake could survive. While the middle-aged man was thinking, a body that seemed to have turned into a corpse suddenly raised its head and called out, "Daddy!" Hearing someone calling out to him, the middle-aged man woke up from his stupor. He looked around, and when he saw that it was his daughter, Bean Biscuit, he couldn't help but rush over. "Bean Biscuit, you're still alive?" Before he could finish his words, the zombies were alarmed. In a group, they quickly and neatly rushed towards the warrior. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he stared intently at the warrior. He saw that the warrior didn't back down at all. His blade flashed, and pew-pew-pew sounds rang out as the zombies fell one after another until not a single one remained. "Thank you very much, great warrior." After the killing was over, a white-haired old man walked out slowly and knelt down in front of Pei Zi-yun. He then said respectfully, "Great warrior, please save us." "What's the meaning of this?" Pei Zi-yun looked at the scene in front of him and asked. "The zombies just now were actually servants of the mountain ghost. Although they've been killed by you, if the mountain ghost is still around, it will continue to send zombies to our village. I don't know why, but the zombies only eat a few people from our village every time. Now that you've killed so many of them, I'm afraid the mountain ghost will come personally to take revenge. Our village will then face destruction. Please save us, great warrior." At this point, the villagers also knelt down and kowtowed. Pung pung pung. The sound of kowtowing rang out incessantly. Their foreheads were bleeding profusely, but they didn't seem to care. Looking at the pleading villagers, Pei Zi-yun looked at the mission and then looked at himself. Finally, he said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll give it a try." "Thank you, great warrior." Everyone thanked him. "Thank you, great warrior." At this point, a soft child's voice could be heard. A little girl walked over. She looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. She was Bean Cake, who had been twitching on the ground. She had been curled up in a corner for a while. Realizing that her wounds had healed, she couldn't help but lean over carefully. She lovingly took out half a sweet potato and held it in front of Pei Zi-yun. She whispered, "Great warrior, this is for you." Children in troubled times were very sensitive and sensible. Since the warrior had saved her and the entire village, she had to take out her most precious food for him to enjoy. Pei Zi-yun looked at Bean Cake and recognized her. Just now, she was about to die. But in reality, when she killed the zombies, the purifying energy was divided into 4 portions. 1 portion would be dispersed into the world. The little girl was also a part of this world. Hence, when the zombies burned, she absorbed the energy to survive. Now, her face was sallow and emaciated. She looked at the sweet potato in her hands with some reluctance, but still offered it to Pei Zi-yun. Pei Zi-yun used both hands to receive the sweet potato. He peeled off the dirty skin and ate it. Bean Cake looked at it and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Pei Zi-yun looked at her and asked, "This is the only piece you have?" "This was given by my father to my mother. She gave it to me before she died." Bean Cake nodded. She had always been reluctant to eat this sweet potato. Pei Zi-yun didn't say anything. He ate the sweet potato and looked at Kuroda Masami. "Do you have any more rice balls?" "Yes." Kuroda Masami took out a rice ball. Pei Zi-yun took it and placed it in Bean Cake's hands. Bean Cake looked at the rice ball made from white rice and was in disbelief. "Great warrior, is this for me?" Pei Zi-yun nodded. He looked at Bean Cake, whose clothes were old and tattered, and said, "Eat it. It's for you. Eat half of it now." Bean Cake revealed a bright smile. "Thank you, great warrior." Bean Cake held the rice ball in her hands and ate it carefully, saying, I've never eaten a rice ball before. Before my mother died, she said that her greatest wish was to eat a rice ball. Bean Cake's face was filled with joy. As she ate, tears unknowingly flowed down. Mother, I've already eaten the rice ball that you wanted to eat the most. There's still half left. I want to give it to my grandmother. She has never eaten a rice ball before. Pei Zi-yun was speechless. He stood up and said, Masami, let's continue. He had only taken 2 steps when he felt someone tugging on the corner of his clothes. Great warrior, will you come back? Bean Cake's eyes were filled with reluctance. Looking at Bean Cake's eyes, Pei Zi-yun's heart softened. He patted her head and sighed, I won't come back. But I will kill all the demons in the vicinity. Once I'm done, I will light up the smoke. Without demons, you will be able to farm and have rice balls to eat. Pei Zi-yun stopped talking. Toyotomi Hideyoshi's banquet was famous for the following dishes: a small bowl of rice, a fish, a bowl of miso soup, and a portion of pickled radish. Rice balls couldn't be made without rice mixed with glutinous rice. Even if there was a good harvest every year, without demons, the farmers wouldn't be able to afford it. It was already good enough to be able to eat bean rice. This actually had nothing to do with demons. It had more to do with productivity and the system. Really? This way, we can farm peacefully and have rice balls at the end of the year. Bean Cake didn't feel this. Her moon-like eyes seemed to see a beautiful scene as she spoke with anticipation. My lord, as you've heard, these people's wishes are very simple. They don't need much. As long as they can farm and have rice to eat, that's enough. Masami Sugita was deeply moved. Not long after they left the village, they entered a dense fog. She sighed as she spoke. She had 6 more rice balls. This was the reward for Luomu village's hard work. The villagers ate bean rice, which was how the name Bean Cake came about. The zombies might be filthy, but the formation of demons requires the villagers' fear. Hence, demons won't kill the villagers. Moreover, it takes time for them to grow. At least for the next 10 years, there won't be any powerful demons. Without powerful demons, the zombies without intelligence won't form teams. It's relatively easy to deal with them. My lord, you've killed many demons along the way and saved many people. Pei Zi-yun didn't reply. He just shushed her. Masami Sugita immediately took a few steps back. Under the fog, a skeleton opened its mouth as if it was laughing silently. Not far away was the cemetery. It looked like a big steamed bun, with ropes and talismans wrapped around it. However, she could feel that these had lost their effect. Underneath, there was a flow of evil and resentment. You're the warrior who went around killing demons? So you're the one who killed my servant? If that's the case, stay here and pay for it with your life. A demon suddenly appeared in front of Pei Zi-yun and spoke to him with a ferocious face, ignoring Masami Sugita. This demon didn't look like a corpse, but a mountain ghost. It held a huge shackle in its hand. The entire shackle was dark red and full of bumps and hollows. One could vaguely see human hair and bones on it. Pei Zi-yun's eyes were slightly red as he saw the weeping face on the shackle. The mountain ghost looked at Pei Zi-yun and didn't speak. It laughed, since you're not going to resist, come into my mouth. I love the meat of powerful warriors like you the most. It's chewy and tasty. As the mountain ghost spoke, it threw the shackle at Pei Zi-yun. Boom! The huge wind blew away the fog around them. Pei Zi-yun didn't speak, but a complete set of limbs appeared on his body. Bang! The wooden blade slashed out, and Pei Zi-yun retreated 5 or 6 steps, creating a deep trench in the ground. Is it really that strong? Pei Zi-yun felt the strength of the wooden blade and his body flashed. Bang! A huge pit appeared on the ground. The mountain ghost waved the shackle around, green liquid flowing from its mouth. It roared excitedly, "You can't escape, die!" It seems to have a secret connection with the forest, but is it a fool who only knows how to use strength? Pei Zi-yun looked at the mountain ghost waving the shackle around and retreated a few steps. Boom. Trees continued to fall as the mountain ghost chased after him. All of a sudden, Pei Ziyun had disappeared from its sight. The mountain ghost looked around, its face filled with confusion. Pooh! A white light flashed. Pei Ziyun jumped up from the fallen tree and stabbed the wooden blade into it. There was a metallic sound as the wooden blade pierced through. No! The mountain ghost let out a shrill roar as its body swelled up. It waved the shackle, wanting to kill this despicable human. Pei Ziyun didn't move. The wooden blade lit up with a red light, and there were many faces on it. With a single stab, the tip of the blade pierced the heart of the mountain ghost. Ah! The mountain ghost fell to the ground and white flames ignited. Its screams could be heard for miles. Pei Ziyun felt a surge of power enter his body. Sure enough, only a stronger monster could bring more power to him. The power wasn't great, but there were many of them. Bang! Pei Ziyun pulled out the wooden blade, and the huge corpse of the mountain ghost turned into ashes. While there were still some sparks, he gathered the leaves together, and thick smoke billowed. Mayumi, do you know what it means to be alive? Pei Ziyun asked as he looked at the thick smoke, as if he could hear the cheers of the village below. Chapter 778. Gangshan City. The city was located on a mountain. It was a typical mountain city. Under the clear blue sky, one could see Heaven's Guard Pavilion. At the foot of the mountain was a large plain with the largest farmland. The town below the city was also the most prosperous. Hey, did you hear? The city lord is sick, and I heard that his illness is very serious. A middle-aged man selling vegetables, Hisashi, said worriedly as he handed the vegetables to a customer. Isn't that right? The city lord hasn't been out for a few days. I heard that he is seriously ill. Blacktail took the vegetables, his face full of worry. The city lord is such a good person, please be safe. Blacktail looked at the city lord's mansion, not far away, and prayed. But I heard that the illness is related to outsiders. River Fish, who was picking vegetables, said angrily as she listened. She had also heard of the dissatisfaction of the villagers, but to her, in this world, becoming a feudal lord's territory, having the strongest warriors to protect it, and no monsters to harass it, was a pure land. This outsider from hell. Jiulu spat on the ground. Look, there are notices everywhere. Blacktail pointed at the notice not far away. As long as we catch the outsider and give him to the city lord, we will be rewarded handsomely. Hisashi, if we catch the outsider, we will give him to the city lord. Blacktail's dark skin was glowing red, and he said with a hopeful look, if there is such a thing, look at the reward on the notice. Just thinking about it makes me so excited that I won't be able to sleep. Forget it. Stop dreaming. How can such a good thing happen to you and me? Hisashi sneered and paid the change to Blacktail. No matter what, I really hope that the city lord's body can recover as soon as possible. Riverfish took the vegetables he had chosen, paid the money, thanked Jiulu, and left. Heaven's Guard Pavilion. The Xieshan-style city tower had 2 floors, and there were 3 floors above it. There were winding corridors, and the eaves were intertwined. At the bottom floor, the city lord, Hisashi Doji, was standing, and a woman in black and a mask stood behind him. Kyuga Doji was 7 meters tall, and he had long hair and a hooked nose. His eyes weren't big, but they were sharp. He gave off a dignified aura just by standing there, and he wasn't as frail as the rumors had it that he was lying on a sickbed. On the contrary, Hisashi Doji's face was red, but his complexion was a little pale. The teacup was smashed to the ground, and the tea splashed everywhere, drenching the expensive floor. He didn't even look at the teacup as he stared at a map. His face was filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This map wasn't large, but it was extremely exquisite. It was made from the fur of an unknown animal and was extremely smooth. From afar, it flickered with green light. What was even stranger was that the map, which originally had many red dots connected to each other, was now extinguished one by one. When any red dot was extinguished, the fog would fill the air, making it impossible to see the map clearly. Another one extinguished, and it's getting faster and faster. Kogaduchi's expression became cruel as he shouted angrily, "What's going on? Your Highness, please calm down. I'm afraid this matter has something to do with outsiders," the woman in black said in a hoarse voice. Humph! Kogadoji looked at the map and his eyes flickered with green light. He pondered for a while, then turned to look at the huge pond behind the screen. His anger disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. "What's the situation inside? Your Highness, her transformation is going smoothly, but she encountered some resistance at the end. However, she won't be able to hold on for long, and she'll be completely transformed soon. Go and take care of her, and don't neglect her. When she wakes up, we'll have to pay our respects to her," Kogadoji ordered. "Yes, I understand," the woman in black said and went behind the screen. The pond took up 4/5 of the hall, and the structure of the pond was exquisite. There were all kinds of unknown carvings on the walls of the pond, and although it looked ancient, it was extremely sacred. There was a person lying in the pond, and the person's entire body was submerged in a crystal-clear liquid. Only her head was left floating on the surface. As Chun Fan got closer, he realized that the person was a beautiful girl. She had a delicate face, and although her eyes were closed, she exuded an unparalleled allure. She was Hayakawa Naomi. As Chun Fan got closer, he noticed that Hayakawa Naomi's body had undergone a huge transformation. Her legs had turned into a fish's tail, and her body was glowing like waves. Hayakawa Naomi, who had her eyes closed, heard a very familiar voice. "Naomi, come, let's fuse together. Don't resist, I am you. I am your immortal nature, the source of your divinity, the undying self." A voice rose in her heart, and it kept persuading her. Hayakawa Naomi could feel that what she said was right, and she was not lying to her. Her body became more relaxed, and the sea glow on her body became more intense. But there was a face that appeared in her mind. "No, I am Naomi, not you," Hayakawa Naomi shouted. "Shinichi, come quickly, come quickly." She tensed up, and her body, which was about to give up resisting, started to move again. No, why did it fail? Didn't they say that this time, it would definitely succeed? Hisaduchi, who was outside, heard it. His face darkened and he wanted to smash his teacup, but he realized that his hand was empty. The teacup had already shattered into pieces. He wanted to take a step forward, but he stopped. "Governor, this time, the transformation was about to succeed, but it still failed." Yamada Shinji's influence interfered with her transformation. The woman in black came out with a gloomy expression. "Governor, the higher-ups have ordered that as long as she succeeds in the transformation, we will win. Killing Yamada Shinji is secondary." But now, she clearly sees Yamada Shinji as an obsession. The woman in black approached, bowed deeply, and suggested, "In this situation, if Yamada Shinji doesn't die, it will be difficult to transform. We must kill him." The woman in black's tone was filled with ferocity. "Just a little bit more, and Yamada Shinji must die." Hisaduchi's face was twisted and he cursed. "Which one of you can kill him? The art of war is to use numbers to defeat the weak. Do you want the 4 heavenly kings to attack together?" The woman in black asked respectfully. Hisaduchi turned around and looked at the pond, then at the red light on the map that was extinguishing. He laughed coldly. "No, wait, if Yamada Shinji wants to be the savior, let him be. Let him waste his energy on the demons. Furthermore, saving the village might not be rewarded. Don't forget, we still have a trump card." Hisaduchi laughed coldly. "Kill." Pei Zi-yun became one with his sword, and with a wave of his sword, a headless zombie fell down and turned into ashes. The enemies were getting stronger and stronger. The wooden sword in Pei Ziyun's hand trembled slightly, feeling the pressure. The closer they got to Gangshan City, the stronger the zombies and demons. This thought flashed across Pei Ziyun's mind. But the more he killed, the faster he could replenish his energy. In fact, this world could not absorb any energy. If not for the fact that he could kill the demons and demons, he would have been weakened and killed. The surrounding fog was getting thicker, and the temperature was getting lower. Kuroda Masami could not help but shiver. Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks and looked at the forest in front of him. His eyes were filled with caution. A black cloud seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving rapidly. Pei Ziyun raised his hand, and his wooden sword was covered in a layer of black flames. He walked towards the forest step by step. Ugh! Before he even got close, Pei Ziyun could not help but cover his nose. A thick stench assaulted his nose. This smell was like the smell of a corpse that had been fermenting for an unknown amount of time, and it was mixed with all sorts of strange odors. Pei Ziyun's face turned green, and he hurriedly retreated. This smell was hard to describe, and even he felt uncomfortable. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a few trees fell to the ground. An army of zombies rushed out. Wind and thunder cut. Pei Ziyun held the wooden sword in his right hand, and with a piu sound, a crescent moon shot out from the sword, accompanied by wind and thunder. Pei Ziyun's martial arts skills were superb. This crescent moon was twice as thin as it was before it flew through the air at high speed. Before the enemy died, they could even hear any sound. At this moment, the black cloud was pressing towards Pei Ziyun. Within the black cloud there were densely packed zombies, but they were already holding weapons. These were zombies that had surpassed their instincts. At this moment, a thin layer of crescent moon passed through. Pooh! The crescent moon passed through, and an unknown amount of energy formed into an array. Suddenly, it split into two, and with a series of sounds of ripping cloth, at least 50 zombies were cut in half, and a thick black fog sprayed out in front of them. Half of the corpses fell to the ground, but they were not dead yet. They crawled up and their hands clawed wildly. But then, a white flame ignited, and they let out a final wail before extinguishing in a blink of an eye. This was far beyond everyone's imagination. Even the demons, who were used to seeing life and death, could not help but gasp. This was the effect that Pei Ziyun wanted. Pei Ziyun had been in battle for a long time. Of course, he knew that once the zombies were surrounded, the power of the array would increase greatly. Now, he did not hesitate to expend his energy, and broke the enemy's formation in one fell swoop. The short few seconds of shock had given them enough time. Die! Pei Ziyun leaped up, and a majestic armor appeared on his body, as he charged towards the enemy general. Ugh! Kuroda Masami calmed herself down, and suppressed the nausea in her heart. Spots of light condensed in her hands, mountain thorns. The invisible thorns in the air caused the rest of the zombies to freeze, but among them, there were strong ones that pounced on Pei Ziyun without a care, and black blood splattered everywhere. Without looking, Pei Ziyun turned his right hand, and another dazzling crescent moon rose up. Pooh! The dozens of zombies in front of him were cut in half again. Pei Ziyun felt relieved, and rushed to the opposite general. This was a real demon, and it let out a scream that sounded like it was crying. Kuroda Masami had only just heard it, and she let out a muffled groan, and almost fell to the ground. This sound had the power to frighten the soul. But Pei Ziyun was not affected at all. He slashed down with his long sword, and with a clang, it had already pierced half a foot into the demon's chest. There was a metallic sound, and faint black blood seeped out. Looking at the black blood that was slowly seeping out, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. What a joke! At the wooden sword, there was a spot of red light, and with a piu sound, the long sword pierced through, as if it was cutting through tofu. Then, small sparks started burning on the demon's body. No! The demon felt the horror of this sword, and screamed as it retreated, wanting to escape. But at this moment, its huge body became a burden. It only took a few steps back, and its whole body was enveloped in a terrifying flame. Roar! The demon's mouth and nose were emitting flames, like a burning torch. The next moment, Pei Ziyun, who was slightly exhausted, felt a surge of energy entering his body. After killing the demon, the zombies were instantly thrown into chaos. Pei Ziyun did not care about his exhaustion, and killed them one by one. Suddenly, there were many candles in the forest. After killing all the zombies, Pei Ziyun said in a low voice, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: The legend of literature is not stable. Use the demon's flesh and blood to rebuild the legendary door. 55/100. 55. Progress is fast. But the nearby demon soldiers are almost all killed. It's time. Pei Ziyun thought deeply and took a deep breath. At this time, Kuroda Masami hurriedly took some water and rice balls. After wolfing down 3, Pei Ziyun turned to Kuroda Masami and said, let's go to Gangshan City and fight the enemy." Chapter 779. The fog gradually dissipated, and a mountain city could be seen in front of them. The mountain wasn't very tall, but there were terraced fields below the mountain city. At the foot of the mountain was a town, surrounded by farmland that was filled with water. The land was very fertile. "We're finally here." Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks and wiped his sweat. He looked at the faintly visible mountain city, then looked left and right. It seems like the surrounding area is very prosperous and stable. Along the way, Pei Ziyun had killed countless demons. Kuroda Mayumi, who was initially shocked, was left numb as they progressed. The color of the wooden blade in Pei Ziyun's hand was darker. Starlight shone down from the sky, and he could vaguely see faces struggling on the blade. "Is Gangshan City in front?" Pei Ziyun asked. Even though Pei Ziyun was sure that the mountain city was most likely Gangshan City, he still asked just in case. In this unknown environment, he couldn't be too careful. Pei Ziyun confirmed again. "Ah, my lord, it is indeed Gangshan City. I've been here once." Kuroda Mayumi looked around and answered with certainty. "Since that's the case, let's go in." Pei Ziyun didn't hesitate and led the way to Gangshan City. "My lord, there are guards in the town." "Don't worry, follow me and you won't be discovered," Pei Ziyun said. At this time, the sky was still dark, and the surroundings were pitch black. As the cities in Japan were actually castles, they were separated from the towns where the people lived. Hence, it was much more convenient. Although there were patrols, they just had to avoid the lanterns. The closer they got to Gangshan City, the darker it got. Pei Ziyun could clearly feel that his strength was being suppressed. But Kuroda Mayumi didn't feel a trace of it. On the contrary, Kuroda Mayumi, who had been through a lot, was no longer tired. The closer they got to Gangshan City, the more excited she became. She kept looking around and felt that everything in front of her was very beautiful. She said, "My lord, the town is so beautiful and there are so many buildings. I've never seen this in the village." "This is a warrior's tomb?" After crossing the town and reaching the hillside, he saw a forest of moss-covered tombstones. Pei Ziyun walked over to take a look at the tombstone. It read, "Tomb of Kawai Yuki." Not only that, although there weren't many graves, there were hundreds of them. Apart from this, there was also a stone tablet. Masumi Sugita looked at it and her excitement gradually dissipated. She said, "The warriors here are all wearing armor and helmets. They are equipped with long swords and bow to the mountain city." "Oh, why?" "It's the samurai who missed the castellan's kindness in protecting the town, so they're fully armed and guarding the hillside." "Is that so?" Pei Ziyun took a step forward and sighed. The kindness of the chieftain and the loyalty of the warriors. The world was not black and white. For a village, the city lord might not be competent, but for a mountain city and the people living under it, the city lord was a benevolent protector. He was the foundation of one's life, so it was not surprising that there were warriors willing to die for him. Pei Ziyun could see that beneath the grave were many corpses that had yet to decompose. They were all holding long blades in their hands. It was only because he was shielding himself with his own strength that he did not wake them up. If he hadn't come stealthily and alerted the people of Castletown, it would have been normal for them to act out a scene of being condemned by the masses and attacked by the masses. After a moment of silence, Masumi Sugita asked, "Your Excellency, do you really think that the chieftain and the demonic ghost are in cahoots?" "I can be sure of this." Pei Ziyun looked at her and said, "Actually, once you reach the city, you will be able to see for yourself." "I understand." Mayumi Kuroda took a deep breath and followed him. There was a narrow path on the hillside. From afar, they could see the green bricks and white walls, as well as the city gate of Ichinamaru. There were soldiers holding long spears guarding the gate. "Climb over, don't alert anyone." This was not difficult. Pei Ziyun pulled her along and with a jump, they reached the city gate and then jumped down. At this point, a patrolling soldier walked over slowly with a lantern in his hand. He immediately turned around and saw nothing out of the ordinary. He said, Is it a rat?" After turning a corner, the city was still silent. Masumi Sugita heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she was stunned as a person appeared in front of her. This person was dressed in black and his face could not be seen clearly. However, he was tall and blocked the way. Pei Ziyun looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. "You finally noticed me?" Ordinary people can't detect you. Even a samurai would find it hard to detect you. However, I, Fujiki Takeo, am no longer an ordinary person." Fujiki Takeo tore off the black robe that was covering his body, revealing the truth behind it. Within the loose black robe was an empty skeleton. "So it's a skeleton demon?" Pei Ziyun took a look and narrowed his eyes. He smiled and said, "Masumi, see? I saw the demonic ghost the moment I entered the city. However, when I entered the city, I didn't think that I could succeed by sneaking around." As he spoke, Pei Ziyun had already picked up his wooden blade. The skeleton's eyes shone with a green light. "Yamada Shinji, I admit that you are a powerful samurai. Even now, you don't seem to be tired. Even I don't have the confidence to defeat you. However, victory will eventually belong to us. Your life ends here. Attack." The skeleton suddenly gave an order in Pei Ziyun's direction. Kuroda Mayumi still had no idea what was going on. With this order, she suddenly took out a short dagger from her bosom. The blade of the dagger had a faint blue color, and it was obvious that it had been dipped in poison. The dagger glowed red as it stabbed towards Pei Ziyun. Fujiki Takeo looked at the dagger that seemed to have pierced Pei Ziyun's body and laughed. "Haha, no matter how good you are to them, what's the use? You have to know that they are no longer human." The green light in Fujiki Takeo's eyes flashed even faster. His body was in a state of excitement. It was too beautiful to see such a hero die in the hands of ordinary people. "I know that there are actually no longer any living people in this world. They may look alive, but they are still souls," Pei Ziyun said calmly. He turned around and revealed his body. It turned out that Masumi Kuroda's dagger was tightly clamped between his fingers. The red light on the dagger became even more intense. Pei Ziyun's hand sizzled as if it was on fire. Pei Ziyun loosened his grip. Masumi Kuroda retracted her dagger and attacked Pei Ziyun again. Her eyes were filled with despair. Just now, Masumi Kuroda tried to control her body. However, she sadly realized that she couldn't resist orders. She had no control over her body at all. She tried her best to stop her hands from moving, but she couldn't stop her hands from attacking Pei Ziyun. Finally, Masumi Kuroda was filled with grief. tears flowed from her eyes as she screamed, "Lord Samurai, I can't control myself. Kill me, kill me! If there's a chance, help me tell Tatsuya Mayo that I never blamed him." Masumi Kuroda begged as she attacked. Fujiki Takeo heard Pei Ziyun's words and was taken aback. He really didn't expect Pei Ziyun to see through the truth of this world. Just when Fujiki Takeo thought that Pei Ziyun already had a way to deal with her, and that Masumi Kuroda might break free from his control, she continued to attack. "Ahaha, I'm dying of laughter. You said you saw through the truth of the world." When Fujiki Takeo saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. "With such a tone, I thought you had a way out. Isn't this the result? You saved them, but they want to kill you. What can you do? Kill them or be killed by them?" Fujiki Takeo laughed loudly. At the same time, a gust of wind appeared around him, blowing his black robe away. "No, I won't choose either." Pei Ziyun shook his head. "You don't know anything about me." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a white light struck Masumi Kuroda. She, who was about to continue attacking, suddenly froze and froze. Pei Ziyun looked at Fujiki Takeo and said, "The time limit is only 1 minute, but it's more than enough to deal with a demon like you." How did you do it?" Fujiki Takeo saw that Pei Ziyun had suddenly frozen Masumi Kuroda in place and was a little shocked. When he heard that he could deal with her in 1 minute, he laughed. 1 minute? Even if I'm the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings, isn't this too arrogant? Guards, get up quickly. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly as pale white hands reached out from the ground. "I originally wanted to capture you alive and interrogate you for the secret technique. But since you've said so, I won't keep you alive." Fujiki Takeo was obviously retreating quickly, increasing the distance between him and Pei Ziyun. "Even if I kill you, I'll still get the information." At the same time, the wind around Fujiki Takeo's body grew stronger. With a wave of his hand, the wind blew into the ground. The skeletons that were already half exposed started to crawl out. At a glance, the ground was trembling as pale white hands reached out continuously. One by one, the skeletons crawled out. "That's exactly what I wanted." Pei Ziyun pounced and killed his way into the skeletons. As he entered, the skeletons instinctively attacked, stabbing towards Pei Ziyun. With a sweep of his wooden blade, it lit up and a large white light shot out. This large flame instantly filled the entire corridor with white light. Each light was not big, but it was aimed at each skeleton. As soon as the white light came into contact with the demonic ghost chi, countless screams rang out. In an instant, the skeletons turned into hundreds of light spots, wailing and screaming in pain. They wanted to escape, but with a loud boom, they turned into fireworks. The skeletons also let out miserable screams, but the grayish-black gas filled the air. In a blink of an eye, the white light was much weaker, as if it was about to be extinguished. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun pounced forward. "Army formation!" Fujiki Takeo raised his flag. As soon as the flag was raised, Pei Ziyun felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had fallen into a sticky substance, unable to advance or retreat. What a joke! Pei Ziyun's body flashed, and his armor appeared. He rushed forward, and with a "pa" sound sparks appeared in the air. It turned out that there were traces of black gas blocking the air like steel wires. At this moment, the friction with the armor caused the wires to break. Wind and thunder slash. Pei Ziyun slashed with his wooden blade, and with a "piu" sound, a crescent moon shot out from the blade, carrying with it the wind and thunder. The blade became darker and darker. Pooh! The crescent moon pierced through, and the sound of ripping cloth could be heard. In an instant, the skeleton and the army flag were separated into 2. Fujiki Takeo did not even have time to think before the wooden blade slashed down heavily. Boom! A large mass of dense demonic ghost chi, like gasoline meeting water, burst into flames and shot up into the sky. Chapter 780. Kuroda Mayumi, stay here. Pei Zi-yun said as he looked at the pile of bones on the ground. Hi, I wish you a long life. Kuroda Mayumi bowed and watched Pei Zi-yun leave. She knew that after this incident, it was not appropriate for her to follow him. Not good, Fujiki Takeo is in trouble. In a dark underground room in Ganjiama City, 3 men in black robes saw a huge red dot disappear from the map. Their faces darkened as they looked at each other in disbelief. No matter how weak Fujiki Takeo is, he is still one of the 4 heavenly kings. How could he die in such a short time? Shigeru Kuji stood up and said. Shigeyama Toshitsugu was shocked as well. Is Yamada Shinji that strong? Inada Misato, who was on the left, asked in disbelief. If you want to kill Fujiki Takeo, how long will it take? Shigeyama Toshitsugu's face was solemn as he said cautiously, If I go all out, I'm afraid it will take at least half an hour to kill him. But it has only been half an hour. Shigeyama Toshitsugu said solemnly, including the time needed to get there, I'm afraid Yamada Shinji will not take more than 5 minutes to kill Fujiki Takeo. If that's the case, Yamada Shinji's strength is much stronger than we thought. Shigeru Kuji said solemnly. Then what should we do? Inada Misato looked vexed. Among the 4 heavenly kings, she was the weakest in terms of direct combat. There's no other way, we can only use the enchantment. Shigeyama Toshitsugu's deep voice sounded. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall and see the hidden city lord, Toshitsugu Kuga. The city lord is busy with the transformation ceremony and has no time to spare. But as long as we can hold on, it will be done. At that time, no matter how strong Yamada Shinji is, no matter where he comes from, we can take care of him. Shigeyama Toshitsugu stood up, revealing his dark red body. If that's the case, Shigeru Kuji, I'll be counting on you. Song-Su Kujuji wiped the pus off his body with his hand on the floor and chewed on a few centipedes in his mouth. He nodded and said seriously, Don't worry, there's no problem. Don't worry. Originally, if this barrier was formed by the 4 of us and the soldiers, it would have formed a flawless barrier. Now that Fujiki Takeo is dead, there is a flaw in the barrier. If the person who enters is 3 times stronger than us, they will be able to break through. But I don't think it's possible for Yamada Shinichi to reach this stage. If he really has such power, even if he's a god, he won't fall into our trap. Song-Su swallowed the centipede and calmly analyzed. That's true. Toshiyama signaled. Hi. Green branches emerged from Misato Endo, wrapping Shigeyama Toshitsugu and Matsushita Kyushi. Her figure flashed and disappeared. A few plants suddenly appeared on the city wall. The main trunk split open, and Misato, Shigeyama Toshitsugu, Matsuzuki and Hisashi appeared. Matsushita Kuji nodded to Shigeyama Toshitsugu, then lifted his black robe, revealing his body, which was covered with lumps and oozing green pus, and growled in a low voice, Roar, roar. Following Matsushita Kuji's call, the city gate opened wide. Countless zombies and demons gathered underground. Under the guidance of the voice, they divided into 6 wheels, forming a pattern. Shigeyama Toshitsugu's black robe fell to the ground, and his whole body turned into the wind. Misato Endo also waved her hand, and a dense cluster of slender vines appeared on the ground of the city wall. On the vines, one could vaguely see tiny hooks that shone with an unusual light. Pei Zi-yun had just passed the guard tower when he noticed an unusual change not far away. Looking at the vines that kept spreading on the ground, looking at the formation of zombies and demons not far away, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, Pei Zi-yun frowned slightly and gripped the wooden sword in his hand tightly. There's something wrong with this rain. It's filled with the aura of the dead. This is evil rain, which can cause plants to die and make people sick. It will also weaken the fighting power of the enemy. The rain was drizzling, and the whole city seemed exceptionally quiet. Even the sound of the rain falling could be heard. Pei Ziyun raised his sword and continued forward. The raindrops that came towards him became denser and denser, but when they fell within 3 feet of him, they bounced back. Ridiculous, pretending to be a ghost. Pei Ziyun did not say anything. He jumped into the rain and blood splattered everywhere. Kill! A demon was attacking, and the wooden sword pierced through its chest, spraying out black and red blood. The zombies that had just rushed forward turned into a pile of bones and minced meat in the blink of an eye. The demons screamed angrily and kept jumping, trying to attack, but in the blink of an eye, they were killed on the spot. However, the falling rain turned into a thin stream, and the corpses slowly wriggled, combining with each other, trying to turn into a huge monster. Pei Ziyun raised his hand, cut of wind and thunder. The wooden sword slightly slashed, and an arc of moon shot out, flying into the sky at high speed. With a poof sound, it broke into the darkness. The darkness suddenly split into 2, and in the midst of a series of tearing sounds, not only the huge corpse, but also the dozens of zombies behind it were cut in half, and a thick black fog sprayed in front of them. However, half of the corpse fell to the ground and white flames ignited. In the blink of an eye, it was extinguished by the rain. Then, a horrifying scene appeared in front of them. The monster that was cut in half climbed up and connected itself. The black fog filled the air, and in a moment the wound had already healed. Hey, how much filthy resentment is there? Pei Ziyun did not think that these demons could not be killed, but he immediately understood. This city seemed to have formed a barrier, and before the energy was depleted, these demons would come back to life. Yamada-kun, stop struggling. This is a huge spell that we spent a lot of energy to create. At this point, a voice came from the gloomy street. Even a god has to be careful. As the voice spoke, the rain became heavier, and the raindrops became darker, as if it was black rain. Even a god has to be careful? Pei Ziyun's wooden sword twirled, and his eyes narrowed. Is it a variant of the 6 paths of Buddhism? Pei Ziyun had already seen through it. The dead zombies were, in fact, dead, but under some mysterious logic, a new monster was born. Although the new monster was not the original, it was not important. This kind of monster was meant to kill and exhaust its enemies. Who cared how many times it died, and whether it was the original? On the city wall, Matsushita Juji looked at Pei Ziyun's helpless expression and laughed. Yamada Shinji, I have to admit that you are very powerful. If we were to fight one-on-one, none of us 4 heavenly kings would be a match for you. But I am Matsushita Juji, and I am proficient in the art of war. Now, in this situation, let's see how you are going to resist. As he spoke, the barrier started to move and the vines grew thicker. The barbs on them became sharper, and a dark color flashed on the ground. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun snorted. I still say the same thing, you know nothing about me. As he said this, he looked inside and felt an ominous feeling. The feeling of a god told him that something bad was happening below the city, and he had to end it quickly. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun said softly, System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. He quickly found the required item. God's Descent. You can summon your powers from other worlds. 1 fate point 13 per minute. Use. Pei Ziyun pressed the button. Other shore, Greece, England. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of a bell reverberated in the sky above London. Chariots passed by, followed by groups of soldiers. These were not ordinary soldiers. They were all dressed in battle robes, and they held long spears in their hands. After a full 5 minutes, the army arrived at the temple. Respected king, what brings you to the temple? Cassandra welcomed him. This is a traitor who defies the gods and the authority of the king. I will execute him in front of the altar. Astyanax said solemnly, I will also offer a sacrifice to the gods. More than 10 people were escorted, and they looked like savages. Cassandra was not surprised. as the tribe that had submitted to the gods were savages a few years ago. With a wave of his hand, someone dragged them up and beheaded them. After killing them, they offered a sacrifice to the gods. Suddenly, the statue of the vanishing god in the center of the temple flashed with a white light. When Cassandra saw this, a look of joy appeared on her face. She shouted, "God has descended! The vanishing god has descended! Astyanax, my dear king, my nephew, you have done well. The gods are pleased." When the other people in the temple saw this, they all knelt down and sang praises of the vanishing god. Astyanax was filled with joy. For 2 whole years the gods had not responded. If Cassandra had not sensed that the gods were in a deep sleep, she would have thought that they had fallen. Because of the lack of response, the tribes that had submitted to the gods were restless. They could only be dealt with quickly, but there were still many hidden dangers. Now the gods had appeared. "Long live the king!" Some of the smarter ones cheered. "Long live the king!" More people echoed. Behind Pei Yun's back, a glowing silhouette appeared. The fog in the air dissipated, revealing a bright light. The raindrops disappeared as well. Ah! Miserable howls came from the mouths of the walking corpses and demonic ghosts that were illuminated by the light. Their bodies were melting and burning. This time, the flames could not be extinguished. Hundreds of zombies and demons were turned into candles. In the depths of the mansion, Jugadoji, who was chanting an unknown incantation, was startled. He felt an aura and his entire body shook. He ignored Hayakawa Naomi, who was in the pool, and immediately stepped out of the door. Jugadoji raised his head and looked at the figure in the sky, as well as the burning candles below. He was shocked. "This is a god. What kind of god is this? Why is he here? Could it be?" Jugadoji's expression was one of disbelief. As for Song Su and Jusi, the moment the light shone on them, Song Su and Jusi spat out a large mouthful of black and stinky blood. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies shrunk. Panicking, they murmured, "How is this possible? How can it really be a god?" As they spoke, Song Su and Jugadoji turned around and fled. The vines on the ground shrunk even faster, as they transformed back into Yuanda Meili. Her entire body was covered in green smoke as she pounced towards the ground and disappeared. Pei Ziyun waved his wooden blade, and a ray of light flashed past. Jugadoji, who was running towards Song Su, was stunned. He felt a sharp pain as he lowered his head to look at himself. He realized that half of his body had been sliced in half, and his wound was burning with white flames. "No!" Song Su and Jugadoji screamed as they turned into ashes. Yuanda Meili, who was running through the ground, heard the screams. Her face contorted as she said, "Impossible! How can Yamada Shinichi be a god? It's alright, it must be alright. I will definitely escape." Yuanda Meili encouraged herself as she continued to run. However, in the pitch-black ground, a white flame flashed past, unaffected. It pierced through the ground and landed in between Yuanda Meili's eyebrows. Boom! Before Yuanda Meili could say her last words, her body had turned into ashes. Shizuyama Ryoji had no thoughts or desires, as if he had disappeared from the world. The moment the statue appeared, he used his innate gift on himself. Shizuyama Ryoji was a water demon. If he used his innate gift on himself, he would turn into ordinary rainwater, and would not be able to sense the outside world. At the same time, he would not be detected by anyone, and would only wake up after a day and night. Shizuyama Ryoji had experimented with this innate gift before. Even the city governor, Hisugadoji, was unable to detect it. However, at some point in time, another white flame appeared and landed on a raindrop. With a bang, the raindrop turned into a person. Then, with a blood-curdling scream, it turned into ashes. Pei Ziyun looked around. "Here, Naomi?" In a flash, he traversed an unknown distance and appeared in the depths of the governor's mansion. At this point, there was no one in the main hall. Only Hayakawa Naomi was in the pool with her eyes closed. Pei Ziyun waved his hand, and with a "ka" sound, the chains that were wrapped around Hayakawa Naomi broke. Without hesitation, he reached into the pool. The water in the pool sizzled, as if it was acid to an outsider. However, it could not do anything to his fingers as he carried Hayakawa Naomi out of the pool. As soon as this was done, the figure flashed, dimmed, and then disappeared. 3 minutes have passed? Pei Ziyun frowned. Following the disappearance of the statue, the entire castle seemed to have turned pitch black. There was also a thick layer of fog that surged upwards, forming a dense black cloud that covered the entire castle. Angered. It's no wonder. After killing hundreds of zombies and 4 powerful demons, the whole of Gangshan City has almost returned to its original state. Is it going to fight me to the death? It's a pity that I've spent these 3 fate points on my own. I should be able to accumulate enough experience points. System. As he called out, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and turned into an information interface. Mission: The legend of literature is not stable. Use the demon's flesh and blood to rebuild the legendary door, 100-100. Pei Ziyun did not hesitate and pressed the button. Boom. His entire body felt light, as if he was being lifted by the wind. He no longer felt heavy. Special skill: Wind Agility Recovery. No matter what, the wind will always be with you. Following this, a bronze glow appeared on his skin, and it had a metallic sheen to it. Special skill: Cast Iron Bronze Recovery. I've completely recovered my Cast Iron Bronze Recovery. I can feel that it's even stronger than when I was in Greece. I'm not sure if modern weapons can hurt me. Chapter 781. In a corner of the hall, Kawara was curled up on top of a vase. The vase was black and covered with talismans. However, there were cracks on it. Kawara was one of the most trusted subordinates of the city governor, Jiulu Duji. He was one of the most powerful cultivators under the 4 heavenly kings. When the 4 heavenly kings had matters to attend to and were not in the vicinity of the city governor's mansion, Kawara would stand guard. When Pei Ziyun teleported over, Kawara immediately transformed back to his original form and hid in a vase in a remote corner to avoid being killed. Kawara was a spirit, which was why he could ignore physical bodies and hide in small objects. However, it was also because of this that the light from before had caused him even more damage. However, in the blink of an eye, Kawara felt the aura of fear disappear. He did not dare to move. After waiting for a while and sensing no movement, he was sure that the terrifying enemy had left. Kawara carefully passed through the wall, wanting to see if Hayakawa Naomi had been taken away. This was because it was his duty to protect Hayakawa Naomi. So there's another one hiding? In the hall, Pei Ziyun narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly. There was more than one spirit that had descended just now. More than 10 spirits immediately turned to ash. No, why haven't you left yet? After passing through the wall and seeing Pei Ziyun, Kawara was shocked. His spirit body dimmed slightly. Pei Ziyun, who had regained some of his energy, was checking on Hayakawa Naomi's condition. He laughed, why not? As he spoke, he swung his wooden blade. Seeing this, Kawara did not hesitate and immediately pounced on the wall, preparing to escape. However, just as he entered the wall, a faint light pounced on Kawara's body. Ah! Kawara let out a shrill cry as his entire spirit body started to burn. Originally, he would have been burnt to ashes. However, he was inside the castle and was protected by the castle. Kawara, who was half buried in the wall, was being repaired by a steady stream of black aura. However, he was still burning with white light as he let out a loud scream. It was a very strange scene. However, Pei Ziyun did not care. Kawara, who was unable to die, cried out, "No, if you kill us, you will die too. Even if we dissipate, you won't be able to escape." The person you want to save will become a real mermaid. 3 days. She only has 3 days to completely transform into a mermaid. Ah! Kahara let out a miserable laugh from within the flames. I curse you to have your soul descend into hell. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly, completely unaffected by these words. He stood up and waved his hand, causing the wailing Kaobara to disintegrate into nothingness. All that was left was a black pearl that fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun took the pearl and placed it in his pocket. He then walked over to Hayakawa Naomi and observed her closely. It's getting more and more beautiful. Naomi Hayakawa was getting more and more beautiful. Even Pei Ziyun was attracted to her. However, Hayakawa Naomi's body had undergone great changes. Her skin was covered with fish scales, and her legs had turned into a fishtail. All of this seemed to add to her charm. Pei Ziyun lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Although Hayakawa Naomi had left the pool, there were still traces of energy that were connected to her. It's this world that's forcing her to change. Pei Ziyun came to this conclusion as he stretched out his hand and tapped her forehead. Pooh! The entire mermaid trembled. Naomi, Naomi, become one with me. A strong seductive voice rang out in Hayakawa Naomi's heart. Hayakawa Naomi felt like she was about to become one with the owner of the voice, but for some reason she managed to hold on. After some time, and not knowing how long, Hayakawa Naomi felt like she could not hold on any longer. Just as she was about to relax, a warm current flowed into Hayakawa Naomi's body. All of a sudden, the voice that had been lingering in her ears faded and disappeared. Naomi Hayakawa opened her eyes and looked at Pei Ziyun. Ah, department head, you're here. How rude of me to let you see me in such a pathetic state. Hayakawa Naomi said as she relaxed. Her body trembled and she fainted again. After resisting for so long, she was too tired, too tired. Pei Ziyun saw that Hayakawa Naomi had fainted once again. He looked at her closely and frowned. She's all right now. She's just resting, but we can't completely stop her from seeping in. Does that mean we have to leave this world as soon as possible? Pei Ziyun did not choose to put her down. Instead, he picked her up and with a twist of his body, he pounced forward. When he entered the city earlier, he chose to be more cautious. Now that he had regained his strength, he had nothing to fear. Pei Ziyun first reached the top floor of Heaven's Guard Pavilion. He stood at the highest point and looked down at the land around him. He looked at the thick fog around him and thought to himself, the enchantment has regained its strength. I can feel that this is a piece of land that has been cut off by the enchantment, forming a closed circle. Hence, no matter where I go, I'll always return to where I started. This enchantment is fused with the ground, and is extremely difficult to break through. Luckily, when I came here, I'd already killed more than half of the zombies and demons. Hence, I've unintentionally destroyed several nodes. Pei Ziyun turned around and walked down to the main hall. He held a pen in his hand and started drawing a map. This location, no, it's this node. No, it's still a few degrees away from it. Pei Ziyun continued to calculate and pointed at a spot. Following this, Pei Ziyun carried Hayakawa Naomi back to where he came from. He saw Kuroda Mayumi. She was still at the same spot and had not moved a single step. Pei Ziyun waved his hand and said, Mayumi, follow me. Kuroda Mayumi followed behind Pei Ziyun and arrived at a tower. Along the way, Kuroda Mayumi remained silent. Only when they were about to leave did she ask, So, we're all dead? Kuroda Mayumi's eyes dimmed. All that we've done, whether it was to save ourselves or the village, was all for naught? Kuroda Mayumi's face was filled with bitterness. No, of course not. Pei Ziyun smiled. In my eyes, you're all alive. Do you still remember that I once asked you what it means to be alive? Ah. Kuroda Mayumi was a little confused as she opened her eyes wide. From what I see, to be alive, Pei Ziyun's expression was gentle as he said, is to have a clear mind and a healthy body. Only those who have lost their minds and their bodies are slowly rotting are considered dead. If you're confused, please remember what I said today. Pei Zi-yun repeated himself once again. He wasn't trying to console her, but rather, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He then looked around and said, "That's why I don't think that saving myself and the village is useless. However, since you and I are friends, I'll give you a gift. After all, if I were to simply say it, it would be too much of a waste." As he said this, Pei Zi-yun tapped Kuroda Mayumi's forehead. Boom! She seemed to hear a loud sound as the entire world collapsed. However, when she calmed herself down, nothing seemed to have changed. Only a pearl appeared between her brows. "Are we all alive?" Kuroda Mayumi asked herself. Scenes of joy, pain, sorrow, and joy flashed before her eyes. Many faces flashed past. There was a child named Mayumi, her beloved Tatsuya, her parents, the warrior, and the faces of many villagers. Yes, we are all alive. We farm, we live, we quarrel, we struggle, we resist, all of these exist clearly. Kuroda Mayumi's heart was no longer confused. She prostrated herself on the ground and said, "Hi, warrior, I understand. It's good that you understand. Next, we have to deal with the last hidden danger." Pei Zi-yun's expression gradually turned cold. "Kuroda Dusher, how long are you going to run away?" As soon as he said this, a group of people appeared in the distance. In front of them were farmers with farming tools and sickles. Behind them were warriors in armor, and then the mayor. "Evil spirits, evil spirits!" The farmers shouted angrily as they waved their pitchforks and rushed forward. These were the townspeople who had gathered together when they heard that someone was invading. My enemy is another's hero. Of course, they could belittle the other party as villains who had wounds on their heads and feet. However, in reality, there would always be people who were loyal and had been blessed by the mayor. To the villagers, the mayor didn't do much. However, to the townspeople, the mayor was a benevolent and wise master. For the mayor, they were willing to fight. Did they hear that I saved the village, so they sent the townspeople to expel and attack me? Pei Zi-yun laughed. He turned around and rushed forward. With a flash of his blade, 3 farmers in front of him were cut in half at the waist. Fresh blood spurted from their mouth. Ah! Reality proved that the farmers had not gone through military training and were not strictly organized. He only managed to cut down a few of them. The rest of them were instantly dominated by fear. Their loyalty to the mayor immediately disappeared. They screamed and retreated. "Kill!" The rest of the warriors charged forward. Pei Zi-yun's wooden blade flashed. With a slanted slash, a ray of light flashed. Before a warrior could react, his head had already flown up into the sky. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Following that, Pei Zi-yun's figure flashed as he rushed forward. Blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 3 corpses were lying on the ground. Kuroha Doji shouted out loud as he pulled out his long blade and slashed downwards. As he slashed downwards, it felt as though a huge pressure was pressing down on Kuroha Doji. However, Pei Zi-yun only laughed coldly as he raised his blade and slashed downwards. A "piu" sound could be heard as Kuroha Doji groaned in pain. His blade was split into 2 halves, and a thick black mist sprayed out from it. Following that, Pei Zi-yun swung his blade towards the sky. Wind and thunder break. Right at this moment, the entire city, as well as the dark and gloomy mountain forest, rang out with the same miserable howl. This howl was almost synchronized. At the same time, countless specks of light exploded, and the fog that had been shrouding the area quickly retreated, revealing the fishing village. "I've returned to Sea Order Village?" Pei Zi-yun looked at the village in front of him. Looking at the modern buildings not too far away, Pei Zi-yun's expression was solemn. The scene in front of him was strange. There was not a single person in the entire fishing village. Even with his current senses, he could not sense anyone nearby. Something's wrong. This isn't normal. Pei Ziyun frowned. Could it be that she had failed? He stood still, deep in thought. No, it's indeed a different world. Naomi's breathing has stabilized, and she has not degenerated. Before this, Hayakawa Naomi's body had been degenerating. The scales on her body had increased. Initially, there were scales on her chest, but now they had spread to her neck. But now that Pei Ziyun looked at her, there were no scales on her neck. This meant that Hayakawa Naomi was no longer under the influence of that world. Since this was the case, it meant that they had indeed arrived at Sea Order Village. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. All of a sudden, he looked in a direction and frowned. Something's not right. There's killing intent. Chapter 782. The sun was not very bright, but it was still warm. No matter what, I have to settle Naomi down first. Pei Ziyun scanned the surroundings once more. Not far away there was a road. It was the same road that Pei Ziyun had come from. The road was full of potholes and was slightly damaged. On both sides of the road there were bushes and weed. He could see the convenience store in the distance. The entrance was also dilapidated. Pei Ziyun frowned. Convenience stores in Japan were known as obanos. They had a special status. Even middle-class people who shopped in shopping malls and supermarkets could not live without convenience stores. As for ordinary families, they could not live without convenience stores. Not to mention this fishing village, even a small mountain village with only 20 to 30 families had convenience stores. Milk, fruits, toilet paper, detergent, post office boxes, ATMs, convenience stores had everything. It was the center of life and culture for the entire village. It could be said that in any part of Japan, if a convenience store were to close down, the area would be officially abandoned. Is this village completely abandoned? And it's been quite some time. Pei Ziyun carried Naomi Hayakawa and wanted to enter the village to see if there was any water. All of a sudden, his face turned cold. Screech! The sound was piercing in the quiet village. Pei Ziyun frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a green military vehicle speeding towards them. At the same time, a loud noise could be heard. Someone shouted at Pei Ziyun, "The people in front, drop your weapons and raise your hands." Pei Ziyun's eyes were cold as he looked at the green military vehicle that was speeding towards him. He looked at the people who were pointing their guns at him, and his face turned cold. "I am Yamada Shinichi. Who are you people?" Pei Ziyun placed Naomi Hayakawa on the ground and took a step forward as he shouted. "Stop, step back and kneel down. If not, we will open fire." Following that, a series of ka-ka sounds could be heard. It was the sound of bullets being loaded. More than 10 guns were pointed at Pei Ziyun. Feeling the killing intent from the guns, Pei Ziyun's eyes turned cold and his wooden blade trembled slightly. At this point, someone took out a megaphone and shouted, "The people in front, listen up. This is the military zone. If not, you will be punished." In a command post parked in the distance, several commanders looked at the screen. The command center was not big. Apart from a few corresponding operators, there were only 4 officers. At this moment, the screen in the command center showed the scene in front of them, and the young man's reply was also heard clearly. "Yamada Shinichi?" Kenji Sawa looked at the person displayed on the screen in disbelief. When he looked again, he found that it was indeed Yamada Shinichi. Back then, in order to search for this person, he had spent a lot of effort. Even the officers had a photo of this youth. Yamada Shinichi, who had been missing for a year and a half, suddenly appeared in front of them. Lieutenant Colonel Kenji looked at the screen and said, "It's not good to treat him like this, right? Should I give them a call?" Kenji Sawa was a little worried. It wasn't wise to treat a famous author like this. Not long ago, there was such a scandal in Jiuan City that shocked Japan. The aged author Naoto Sayano was scolded unreasonably by government officials because he was too slow in his work. They even beat up Naoto Sayano. Once this matter was revealed, it immediately shocked all of Japan. Major media outlets reported it one after another, writing eye-catching headlines such as "Aged top author beaten up, where is the protection of human rights?" Shocking inside story, the government's disdainful attitude towards the people. And many other exaggerated headlines, causing the Japanese people to fiercely crusade. Therefore, once this matter fermented, the resulting negative comments and pressure caused many people in the local government to take the blame and resign. Many more people were implicated and were demoted. Kenji Sawa's cousin, Toshiharu Hashimoto, was one of the people who was demoted, so he knew the inside story. At that time, Kenji Sawa only felt that Toshiharu Hashimoto was very innocent and was very dissatisfied with him. Because this matter wasn't his fault, but he had to bear the corresponding responsibility, which was very unfair. Kenji Sawa didn't want to end up like this. He was the only source of income for his family. If he fell, who would take care of Kazai and his daughter Haruna? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Kenji Sawa's mind. He knew that this question was not right, but he still forced himself to ask it. After asking the question, he looked around at his colleagues with dark eyes and felt a little nervous. However, the worst thing that he imagined didn't happen, which made him heave a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, Kenji. It's fine." Iwasaki Tomoyuki patted Kenji Sawa's shoulder and comforted him in a low voice. "Not only Japan, but the entire world is in chaos. This place is under the control of the military law, and this place is a martial law zone. So, there's no need to compromise with anyone." At this point, Iwasaki Tomoyuki reached into his pocket and wanted to take out a cigarette. He had been a smoking addict for many years, and he had no other hobbies other than smoking. However, Iwasaki Tomoyuki realized that he didn't take out anything. Only then did he realize that it was working hours, and he didn't have a cigarette with him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and angrily move his hand away. Then, he immediately threw this small matter to the back of his mind. "That's right. We do things in the open." Hiroki Azawa said as he looked at Nakata Shinji on the screen with a look of hatred. Hiroki Azawa had already recognized that the person in front of him was Yamada Shinji, whose influence had been growing in the past 1.5 years. After Yamada Shinji's disappearance, the 7 samurai were not frozen. Instead, they continued to ferment, and because of this, Yamada Shinji received the title of the best young author. At the end of the day, his army had participated in the search for Yamada Shinji in the past. He didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but they didn't withdraw and were stationed here for a long time. Hiroki Azawa was an ambitious person, but he had always been troubled by his identity, and he didn't have any way to get a better promotion. He could only suffer in his current position. Although he was only in his 30s, he was already doing very well in the eyes of outsiders. But Hiroki Azawa wasn't satisfied with the status quo. An opportunity came. Hiroki Azawa was met by a big shot, and he received a hint that as long as he killed Yamada Shinji, he would get whatever he wanted. But Hiroki Azawa waited for a year, and there was no opportunity. Now the opportunity was here. With this promise, and thinking about the identity of the big shot, Hiroki Azawa's eyes burned even more. Indeed, Yamada Shinji was very popular in literature, and it was said that he had connections with the Chaebol, and he even had the support of some people in the shogunate. But now, he was alone. In the face of the country's violence, all of this was fleeting. Moreover, the team leader who went was one of his men. Sakawa and Kenji remained silent as they listened. Actually, under military law, even if it was a little rough, it wouldn't cross the line. A great author like Yamada Shinji couldn't be casually humiliated. Sakawa would just have to invite him to the command center and apologize in private. Just as Kenji Sakawa was thinking this, he suddenly heard the frontline commander give an order. Then, there was the sound of gunshots, and all the bullets were fired. What's going on? Has Nojima gone mad? In theory, under military law, it was indeed permissible to shoot someone who disobeyed orders. But against a renowned author who wasn't holding a weapon, a wooden sword wasn't considered a weapon in the eyes of the military officers, and who had only disobeyed the order to kneel down. Was Nojima insane? Did Nojima want to be court-martialed? What's going on? The other two officers were also shocked. Hiroki Azawa's eyes lit up with excitement when he heard the gunshots, and he stared at the screen. No. How is this possible? The shocked Iwasaki Tomoyuki then saw an unbelievable scene. His eyes were glued to the screen and he stared at it. He saw Yamada Shinji's figure flashing through the screen, and the bullets missed. Following that, Yamada Shinji rushed into the military vehicles, and wherever his sword went, several soldiers were instantly killed, and blood splattered everywhere. Yamada Shinji dares to kill soldiers? Even the moderate Kenji Sakawa was stunned for a moment, and then he became furious. Haha, it's finally done. Hiroki Azawa exclaimed in his heart. He was the major, and he naturally understood that even if the country was in the wrong, the civilians could only surrender and be killed, or just run away. There might still be a chance for them to be vindicated. But if they resisted, the nature of the situation would be completely different. No matter if it was right or wrong, it would be considered provoking the country's violence. This time, he could finally complete the higher-ups mission. One must know that he had waited for a year for this mission. What do we do now? Hiroki Azawa deliberately asked. On the screen, Yamada Shinji was still killing like a shadow. One of the officers still wanted to resist, and he used his pistol to shoot. But he only managed to fire one shot, and with a slash of his sword, his head flew off and blood splattered on the screen. Bakayaru, this kind of murderer should be killed immediately. Looking at the tragic scene on the screen, the officer Iwasaki Tomoyuki's eyes immediately turned red, and he subconsciously shouted, "That's right, order the first and second squads to attack and kill him immediately." Hiroki Azawa immediately gave the order with a solemn face. According to the Japanese system, an infantry squad's leader was a second lieutenant, and there were 60 people. 2 squads meant 120 people, and they were all fully equipped and equipped with all kinds of modern weapons. No matter how strong Yamada Shinji was, he would not be able to defeat them. When Major Hiroki Azawa gave such an order, even Kenji Sakawa had nothing to say. Because no matter what grievances there were, anyone who attacked the army must die. This was an iron rule, and no one could change it. Following the order, each squad drove out an armored vehicle, and the command center immediately activated. The current second lieutenants had all received specialized training, and they gave orders in an orderly manner. The soldiers were seen wearing tactical vests, tactical helmets, bulletproof shields, and equipped with assault rifles and submachine guns. The command center was immediately connected. According to the order, they quickly surrounded the soldiers. The command center quietened down, and they could only listen to the continuous reports. First squad, everything is normal, and there is no discovery. Second squad, we have taken over the high ground and set up snipers. Third squad, we have discovered the troops that were originally attacked. The video on the screen was zoomed in, and the video kept shaking. It could be seen that the commander was very cautious. Not only were the soldiers fully armed, but even the machine guns on the armored vehicles had been activated. As long as there was any movement, it would immediately release a storm of metal. Attack! Open fire! Suddenly, the soldiers on the ground didn't know what they saw or heard, but they could only hear the sound of gunshots. Then, the video moved over, and the screen was full of fire pouring down. Chapter 783. Yamauka squinted his eyes, his sniper rifle unmoving. He took aim at a leaping figure, but in the blink of an eye, Pei Zi-yun had disappeared. Baka, is he even human? Seiji Yamauka could not help but curse in a low voice. He punched the cover to vent his anger. Yamauka was the ace sniper of the unit, and had participated in many missions with the unit. In every mission, Yamauka had a 100% success rate, and was rewarded for his contributions. Although there was no detailed information about him in the outside world, he had a certain reputation within the military. Yamauka was a little confused about this mission. This was not because he recognized Yamauka Shinji. In fact, he did not know Yamauka Shinji, nor had he read his books. Even if he did, he was a soldier, and would have fired without hesitation. Furthermore, the person below him was killing his comrades. This caused his eyes to turn red, and he wished he could shoot the enemy's head. How could he have any other thoughts? What frustrated him was not the waiting time. As a sniper, Yamauka's longest waiting time was 2 days and 3 nights. Killing the target in one shot and completing the mission was not a long time at all. What frustrated him was that in this short period of time, he had found a few opportunities to attack. However, just as he took aim, Yamauka Shinji seemed to have sensed something and immediately disappeared. This was something he had never encountered before in his previous battles. This kind of terrifying speed and alertness was not something a human could possess. From the looks of it, there was a big problem with the enemy's identity. Indeed, this person had something to do with the demonic ghosts that had appeared throughout the country? Yamauka thought about the recent events and connected them to the Pei Zi-yun before him. His expression hardened. For the country, for the people, he had to kill this terrifying demonic ghost. Yamauka calmed himself down and slowly moved his crosshair, waiting for an opportunity. Da-da-da! Bullets from the machine gun rained down like a torrential downpour. Everywhere they passed, walls, cars, and street lamps were destroyed. A figure passed through them in an instant, twisting his body in midair. His movements were swift and agile, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. The enemy's speed has reached 45.7 meters per second. It was not just the command center. Even the video taken in the armored vehicles had calculated the speed. One of the warrant officers cried out, "This has exceeded the human body's speed limit by more than 5 times. Even a leopard wouldn't be able to catch up." It was against the rules to hear the warrant officer lose his voice, but everyone understood and stared at the screen. Second Lieutenant Inagawa also stared at the screen. He was the team leader and was in charge of commanding all 60 soldiers. Even though Yamada Shinichi was not human and had even killed his soldiers, Inagawa did not feel the slightest bit of fear. As the team leader, Inagawa was also an elite in the army and had faced many life and death battles. Although Inagawa had never met someone like Yamada Shinji before, he believed that as long as Yamada Shinji was still human, he would have a weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the strange ancient armor on him to defend himself. Inagawa ordered in a low voice, "Use the machine gun and fire at any possible routes." "Hi." Chao Chong immediately understood and gave the order. Pung 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 sounds could be heard. Indeed, no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the speed of bullet. The machine guns chased after Pei Zi-yun, and the direction in which he was trying to break through the encirclement was blocked. Most of the bullets missed, but a few that were on the path of the bullets hit Pei Zi-yun. However, he did not fall. His body swayed and he rolled into a corner. Under such circumstances, the troops panicked and fired with all their might. In the command center, everyone looked from afar. They gulped and said, "This isn't human, right?" On the screen, it was obvious that Pei Zi-yun had been hit by 3 bullets. However, sparks flew, and he seemed to be unharmed. This was simply inhuman, and Zihiro's heart was suddenly covered with a layer of shadow. Almost at the same time, Pei Zi-yun leapt into a wall and tilted his head. A bullet flew past his face, but there was a loud bang. His waist went numb and his armor broke. He rolled to the side and neutralized the force of the attack. These 2 bullets were specially made for snipers. They were very powerful. Even Pei Ziyun felt threatened. However, the dent in his armor quickly healed. Baka, it's useless again. Sueji Yamauka quickly packed up the sniper rifle and the corresponding equipment and continued to reload. This was the 3rd time he had fired. The previous 2 times, when Sueji Yamauka found an opportunity to fire, Yamauka Shinichi had dodged it. However, Yamauka Shinichi's body had stiffened, giving him a chance to fire. Unfortunately, he had failed. Sueji Yamauka was very vexed. Damn it, if not for the fact that the Dao technique has not been analyzed, I would have killed you all long ago. At the same time, Pei Ziyun was also very vexed. Against modern civilization, the power of the evil spirit path far exceeded that of the essence path. This was because modern people had no resistance against the evil spirit path. There were actually many Dao techniques that could be used in this aspect, such as charm, paralysis, and so on. This was the asymmetrical tactics of modern warfare. The United States used asymmetrical tactics to destroy a Middle Eastern country with millions of troops without harming a single soldier. It was the same with Dao techniques. Just by paralysis, the dozens of soldiers in front of him could not resist it at all. They could only obediently accept their death. However, this was actually based on the laws of the world. Although the laws of the world had loosened, using Dao techniques that were in line with the laws of the world was not something that could be done overnight. Only the simplest and most brutal methods could be used. Although I don't want to expose myself, I can't care anymore. After all, I can still use the saber energy. Pei Ziyun could feel the killing intent of the sniper in the distance. However, to weave through the dense rain of bullets and kill the enemy, and more importantly, to protect Naomi Hayakawa, who was not far away, was a very difficult task. Even with Pei Ziyun's speed, he could not take care of everything in a short time. At the same time, he sighed. As expected of the army, killing on the battlefield was a profession. He squinted his eyes and slashed with his wooden saber. Wind and thunder cut. There was a pew sound as a crescent moon shot out from the saber. The crescent moon was not thick, but the soldiers' bodies and tactical vests were like paper. There was a pew sound, and a series of ripping sounds could be heard. Other than the soldiers who were hiding behind and inside the armored vehicle, a total of 11 soldiers who were surrounding the vehicle were sliced in half. The soldier who was left with only half his body was still alive. He rolled on the ground, his intestines spilling all over the ground. His hands were still clawing wildly as he screamed in agony. This level of brutality was far beyond anyone's imagination. As he was leaning against the armored vehicle, Inagawa could not help but take in a deep breath as he looked at the deep gash in the armor. His eyes were filled with fear. The thickness of the armored vehicle was made of specially made steel plates of 10 millimeters. To be able to pierce through it was too terrifying. What kind of strength was this? With a single strike, the sound of gunfire died down. Pei Ziyun leaped out of the battlefield, picked up Naomi Hayakawa, and ran towards the depths of the village. Quick, chase after him. He won't be able to escape. He has an accomplice with him. Don't be afraid. In the command center, Yasuhiro was shocked when he saw this scene. However, his expression turned into a sinister smile as he said, "Everyone, look. This kind of strength. Have you thought of it? This kind of strength is worth more than an entire regiment. Capture him. No matter how many of us die, we will be rewarded." Yasuhiro was indeed a genius. With just a few words, he was able to raise the morale of the soldiers. Yes, capture him. We are all heroes. Besides, the entire village is covered with surveillance cameras. We will know where the enemy has gone. Yamada Shinji is currently in Area B5. Iwasaki Tomoyuki immediately responded and gave the order. Boom! Immediately, an armored vehicle started moving towards Pei Ziyun's direction. Da-da-da! The machine guns continued to fire. Pei Ziyun dodged behind a wall. Immediately, an armored vehicle appeared. At the same time, the machine guns started firing non-stop. The bullets were like they were free. Pei Ziyun looked at Naomi Hayakawa in his arms. Seeing that she was unharmed, he continued to observe the battlefield. How did the enemy troops find out about his location so quickly? Pei Ziyun looked at the armored vehicle that was heading straight for him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Pa! A mechanical device fell from the top of Pei Ziyun's head. It had been destroyed by the bullet. Looking at the broken parts of the surveillance device, Pei Ziyun finally understood why the enemy troops were able to pinpoint his location so accurately. Da-da-da! Because of the wind and thunder slash just now, the soldiers did not rush forward without knowing what was going on. However, the machine guns continued to fire, and the wall in front of Pei Ziyun let out a groan as if it couldn't bear the weight of the bullet. Bang! A bullet pierced through the wall and hit Pei Ziyun's body. The sound of metal hitting metal could be heard. His skin caved in from the impact, but he was not injured. Minister, what's going on? At this point, Naomi Hayakawa opened her eyes. She was startled. Hearing the gunshots around her, she understood what was going on. Although she had maintained a certain level of self-awareness, there was still a huge change in her. She waved her hand, and the surroundings became hazy. Mist started to spread out rapidly. Very good. Pei Ziyun saw this and was elated. He did not say much and whispered, Naomi, take care of yourself. Leave the rest to me. Pei Ziyun put her down and looked at her coldly. He then disappeared into the mist. Those who wanted him dead had to die. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? In the command center, Hiroki Anziki was looking at the armored vehicle firing non-stop. All of a sudden, the screen went dark. Nothing could be seen. He asked angrily. Iwasaki Tomoyuki looked at him coldly and asked, What happened? If it's a technical malfunction, why aren't you fixing it? Minister. The communications officer ran over. His face was full of sweat and he looked terrified. I don't know why, but a mist suddenly appeared and covered everything. We can't see anything. Even the surveillance devices are not working. Use the infrared camera. The infrared camera can't penetrate it. It's not working. Baka, are you guys joking? Hiroki Anziki was furious. Cough, cough. All of a sudden, a cough could be heard. A priest walked in and said slowly, This is a mist caused by a supernatural force. Hiroki Anziki looked at the man and bowed slightly. Iwasaki Tomoyuki remained calm and ignored him. The priest did not seem to care about their attitude and continued, Under the influence of this supernatural force, I'm afraid your surveillance devices are useless. Ah! A scream could be heard. The communications officer was covering his mouth and pointing at one of the cameras. His face was filled with fear. Hiroki Anziki turned his head to take a look. All he saw was a flash of a blade light, and several soldiers were slashed apart. Fresh blood sprayed onto the screen. Da-da-da! An armored vehicle was still firing in all directions. The officer on top was still shouting, Calling for command center, calling for command center. We've lost track of the target. We've lost track of the target. Within the fog, Pei Ziyun's silhouette appeared and slapped the armored vehicle. A muffled groan could be heard as the armored vehicle stopped firing. The second Lieutenant Inagawa, who had been commanding earlier, lowered his head and did not make a sound. After a while, he slumped to the side, bleeding from all his orifices. He was dead. Humph, you think you're so great just because you have an armored vehicle? Negative Jing, cough, it's equivalent to the strength of negative Jing. Do you understand? Although he was unable to form a Dao art immediately, Killing people with his penetrative force was not a problem. Pei Ziyun was very satisfied as he entered the mist. Reporting, we've lost contact with the third team. Reporting, we've lost contact with the fifth team. Reporting, we've lost contact with the first team as well. The communications officer reported loudly. His voice was trembling. Even if he was a soldier, he had never suffered such a huge loss. What? How is that possible? In the blink of an eye, 3 squads had been annihilated. This meant that more than 30 people, or an entire squad platoon, had been annihilated. Iwasaki Tomoyuki's heart ached in disbelief. 2/3 of the people who had been annihilated were his direct subordinate. He immediately suggested, "Major, bombard area B1 to B10 with artillery fire." "No, that woman cannot die," the priest said as he looked at Hayakawa Naomi's blurry photo. His eyes were filled with fear and desire. Iwasaki Tomoyuki's eyes were filled with malice, but he did not speak. The divine priests were something that had only been created recently. Due to the large number of demons attacking the citizens, even if they were heavily restricted, the simple secular armed forces would still be exhausted. Not only that, they weren't very effective. That was why both the police and the military had added divine priests to their rank. Although priests did not have the authority to command, they had to rely on them for many things. Hence, they still had a lot of influence, and Zihiro did not want to offend a priest. Based on his position, he knew that the power of the Shinto faction was growing rapidly. In fact, they were even competing with the shogunate. The person that he wanted to curry favor with had to be related to the Shinto faction. If that's the case, then avoid Area B5. And Zihiro heard this and immediately ordered, "That woman is hiding there." Also, not only the artillery, but also the explosives that were planted beforehand. Detonate them immediately. Yes. Immediately, someone picked up the detonator. Once they were done, an order was given, and the artillery and the detonator were fired simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion shook the heavens and the earth. On the screen, one could see a series of houses and buildings collapsing. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.